Hi. Hello. Hi. Do I sound different to you? Hi, I'm Squiiji, Freelance artist Fungi, art educator. What else am I? I don't know. Getting pelted with a bunch of little mushrooms is also what I am. That's true right now also. I do not have a new mic, no. I attended a audio clinic on... This is the same mic. I attended an audio clinic yesterday with Zephyr, and it was fantastic. Don't I sound way better now just by modifying my microphone settings, essentially? This is just filters and moving my microphone. Don't I sound like an entirely new shroom? Crazy. Wow! It seems like we like it. Share the secrets. The secrets is go ask Zeffy what in the world she did, because I don't know what she did. Everyone's settings are very specified to who they are as a person, what their own vocal tone sounds like. So sadly, the things that she set up for me are not going to work for everyone, but I don't know. I feel like it's gotten deeper, really. My voice hasn't changed at all. It's just the way that my mic is changing it. Sounds weird to you. Are you gonna start cutting out again? Probably not. Let's give it a test. Let's try. We can test and see if I'll cut out. Wow! Did we lose my noise? I don't think we did. I think it stayed. Wow! Louder than normal. Okay, here, I can pull us down if we're louder than normal, though. It's probably just because my mic is closer to my face, and I don't know if I adjusted for that. Definitely sharper, yeah. Mess with mine more? Yeah, so I can at least tell you that the plugins that she had suggested to all of us that were a part of that were from Reaper's set. So, like, right now I have on noise suppression, a noise gate, recomp, re-EQ, a limiter called George Young's W1 limiter, and I have my wider plugin on. So that's what all is happening. Smoother, creamier. Yeah, there's definitely some other things happening in the background of it. Slightly lower. No, not funny voice. This is actually probably much closer to what my voice really sounds like. My voice isn't that high. So if I'm sounding lower right now, that's because that's how my voice sounds. I'm not sick. That's actually me. That's EG. People who met me in person, people who met me, does this sound more like what I sounded like when you met me, theoretically, if you can remember? I don't know. Yes? Okay. That's what I thought. My voice isn't that high. So, sounds like EG? Okay. Yeah. Resonance is the word? Is resonance what it sounds like? Is it not higher? More soothing. Definitely a lot smoother. Oh, okay. Though you're more energetic then. Yeah, I was kind of freaking out because I was meeting other people. Yay! So cool. Being more soothing is probably also good because, I'm a chill little guy, despite the fact that we do a little bit of chaos from time to time. Also, my other thing to say is that my one other question is something that I couldn't determine for myself, was that I tend to have just like a really sharp S sound. Just as a person, the way I talk, my S is really sharp. Is it worse now, or is it the same? Can you tell? Because I got like really self-conscious about the way I was talking. Don't ever get inside your head about the way that your voice sounds, or you will confuse yourself. It's not too bad, kind of sharp. I've always been kind of sharp, but if it's not worse, we can come back to it later and tell me if it sounds stronger or not. Never noticed it. Okay. I just want to make sure that's not too annoying because it actually drives me nuts when I think about it and when I'm aware of it. And the other weird thing about this new setup is that I have to sit closer to my desk. I had to completely rearrange my desk so that my microphone could be closer to my face. But now it gets in the way of where I can gesture with my hands because I have to sit here. If I sit here, it's not as good, is the problem. So I kind of have to be like here. So my hands can't go as crazy because my face tracking is here and my mic is here. So the range of where my hands can be is only like right there. Yeah, noticeable. The closer I am to the mic, the better I sound, it appears. So like even from here, I'm probably even better. But like if I lean back here, it gets way crunchier, doesn't it? So strange. I'm learning things. Also, I thought all of this time that my microphone, if I was sitting off center from it, was going to sound like I'm in one ear and not the other. Because people have told me before that I sound like I'm off center. Turns out it's your headphones. It's not me. It's not me. The microphone it's in mono over stream. When you stream, it's in mono. It's not with this mic. I was misled this whole time. I thought I had to keep my mic in the center because you guys, I would hear people say sometimes that I sounded off center. So I can put it off the side of my face. That's what the seashell tongue twister? Yeah. She sells seashells by the seashore. How do I sound? Was that okay? Got one guide? Oh, that wasn't even just one guy. It was a lot of guys. Many guys have told me that before. It's been like a many stream thing that I've heard this sentiment, and apparently not the truth. Yeah, learning so much. I learned a lot, which I really appreciated. Let me actually shout her out and figure out how I spell her name, so that way we can give her a proper thank you. Zephyr, how do I spell her name? I know her as Zephyr or Zephy, but I don't know how to spell the rest of her name. It's like Zephyr, Girl, what's your name? Zephyriana. There it is. There we go. Zephyriana. She is going to be potentially opening commissions for audio filter finding, or audio filter fine-tuning at some point. I think she'd said when she was on stream, but like limited ones. So if you want to sound like me, I guess, go find her. Here she is. Go find her. She was immensely helpful to everyone, and she's so lovely. So lovely. Yeah. Yes, Amber did used to have a different name, and every once in a while I remember that, and I get really confused because Amber is Amber in my head. Amber could not be anyone other than Amber in my head at this point. There's a 10-minute YouTube video on how to sound like you? Yeah, but I had originally followed a 10-minute YouTube video on how to sound like me, and it gave me the result of what I sounded like before. Which is to say, it wasn't bad. It was definitely like passable audio quality. None of you were put off from listening to my stream by what I sounded like, but as we can tell, this is much better because, as I've learned, there is no one-size-fits-all audio solution. The way that I talk, the tone of my voice, the way that I am kind of all over the place with my words and my pitch and my volume, she had to fine-tune just for me for the way that I am. Yeah. Forums already closed for that. Maybe there'll be another opening. There might be. Maybe. Keep an eye out, perhaps. Gotta lock in on comms now. Have fun with the critiques. Remember to hydrate. Don't worry, I'll remember to hydrate. Thank you for stopping by, Subaru. I hope you have fun with your commissions. What if I change my handle to Faruzan's best friend just to mess with everyone? Nilo, I would still call you Nilo. I don't think I don't know if I could unlearn that. If you genuinely want to be called by a different name, I'd figure it out, but I don't know if I'd be able to, that'd be confusing. It's like, I'm one of those people where if someone shaves in my life, like my father or Joby or someone after having a little bit of facial hair, I totally don't recognize them at all. So if you do that with your username, I am liable to not recognize you at all. I had to learn very distinctly a couple people who changed theirs, and I will learn, I promise, but I don't have good memory. So it's like a new and fresh person anytime something changes for me, which is funny. But anyways, hi, happy Monday. I sound different. Yippee, it's cool, it's fun, we're happy. I sound different better, theoretically. Oh, same way when people change their icon? Yeah, the number of Vtubers on Twitter who I can't figure out who they are because they've changed their icon is so embarrassing to me. I know what your names are, but like people will have like a donathon event and totally change what their name is, and I cannot figure out who they are. Like I have to scroll through their account for like 30 seconds to be like, oh, I see, yeah, It's funny how we tend to associate imagery and things like that so closely with who somebody is. I don't know. Yeah, change my icon often on Discord. Discord is less of a trouble, but I feel like for Twitter for some reason, because when we see Twitter posts, we don't usually read the name with them because it's much smaller, but the icon tends to stick out just like enough, maybe? I don't know. But it being thrown when I changed my PFP to a scary face. Did you change it to a scary face? Amber, are you scary now? I'll remember this. I'll remember that Amber is now scary and I should have fear in my heart. I'll keep track of that. Anyways, hang on. I tried to start us and then I forgot. Hi, happy Monday. Housekeeping. Let me turn my... Where is it? Where's the thing? Where's the thing? Where's my notes? There it is. Notes for this week. Oh, number 1. Extra credit is due Friday. Extra credit is due Friday. What is our extra current extra credit, you may ask? Currently, we are redesigning previous designs we made for extra credit. Once upon a time, a bunch of the Shroommates designed a bunch of characters with the intent of getting a 0 out of 10 on them. For this month's extra credit, we are redesigning them into 10 out of 10 designs. So I made 2 of them. I made 2. Here, wait, I can show you them. Hang on, I'll teleport us. Wait, I'll show you. Sneak peek, hang on. Where am I going? Here. Whoa. Did you hear my computer complain? My computer did not like that transition. For some reason, it went da-da-da-ding in that noise. Did you hear it? Clapping. Oh, I see you clapping. Hang on. Let me grab my thing. We didn't hear it? Okay, good. That's probably good. It's probably for the better. Sometimes desktop audio goes through. Let's see. Open these? Okay, maybe not open these. It said no. There we go. Here are mine so far. I've made 2. I might make a 3rd one if I have a little bit of time this week because I made these while I was waiting for things. But I can't really work on other stuff. Stuff's due on my birthday. Oh no! Well, happy birthday on Friday. We'll sing you happy birthday on Friday. But here's one of mine. I believe this is for Ren's design. I made her cute and I wanted to challenge myself to do something that was really high detail and also Lolita fashion and also monochromatic, which are things that I don't tend to do. So this was my first attempt, and then my second attempt I did really quickly yesterday. Whose was this, actually? Good question. Wait, I don't remember. Hang on. I have to return to my own garden and go to my own submission, because I said whose it was there, and I didn't put it in the file name this time. Oh, Onyx Galeria's. I made her into an angel clown, because man, Yam is really giving me the clown bug. I can't stop putting clowns in things. It's my birthday! Ah, Chili, happy birthday! We can sing happy birthday to you today. Man, we've been getting a lot of happy birthday singing going on the last couple weeks. Let's do a little conducting. Conduction's a different thing. That's science. Ready? 3, 2, 1. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Chili. Whoops, I've screwed it up. Hang on. Try again, wait. Hang on, start over. Try again. I forgot the lyrics to Happy Birthday. Rookie move. Take two. Nothing happened. Nothing went wrong. Try again. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Chili. Happy birthday to you. There we go. Much better that time. I got ahead of myself. I was like trying to make sure names were placed in the correct part of the song too intensively. And many more till you're 1,004. Yeah. Yeah. So, hey, that's good housekeeping. We got our birthday stuff going on for housekeeping. That's good. Also, Bono_0. Thank you for following too. So, if you have not drawn or designed a rubric-chan, if you would like to join us, you have the rest of this week to join. You can find the current extra credit information here, if you would like, in the Discord server. There's a couple of submissions, and they're all really cute so far, but I'm really hoping that we'll get a couple more this week. I know things have been really busy with school starting again for a lot of people, which might mean it's a little bit tough, but I'm hoping we can get some more in there before Friday. And I'm contributing. I'm trying to get some more in there. Did I say Rubric-chan? I meant Zero-chan. Zero-chan redesign, sorry. Rubric-chan is always in my mind because I look at her every single week, probably multiple times a week. Whoopsie. Yeah, and some of the toggles are still not working. If you notice, somebody who hasn't redeemed here yet, do you want to check in for class? Just one person. I say, there's gonna be like 10 people who do it now. But everything is doubled again today, so it's hard to tell. Oh wait, but that didn't double. No, it is doubling, okay. Yeah, as you can see, when you check in, it sends 2 Shroommates at me as opposed to just 1, which is not helpful. Oh wait, but that was only 1. What? It might be kind of doubling, but not fully doubling. Okay, wait, no, that is 2. No, it is doubled, okay. Man! And it's not Vinyan's problem. I have fully updated Vinyan. It's Twitch. Twitch is for some reason doubling the signal. So half my redeems don't work anymore because of it, because it toggles things on and off, and it's driving me nuts. It's tough. All yeets are 50% off. Yeah, 2 for the price of 1, essentially, yeah. Hoot afternoon? Hoot afternoon. Hello. What can you do? At least ahead some was focus. Oh, are you talking about for this design? Yeah, we'll get to them on Friday. We'll do some grading of the designs from our critiques, or not from critiques, from the Zero Chans on Friday. We're doing a little showcase. We'll see if they get 10 out of 10s or not. Spoiler, I don't think mine get 10 out of 10s because they were kind of quick, but they're still fun. They're definitely gonna get higher scores than their original counterpart got because those ones were aiming for a 0. But do that if you so wish. My second housekeeping thing. I'm looking at all of you. If any of you have submitted for a private consultation or critique with me, please, please, I beg of you, I'm begging, please, please check your VGen messages. I'm begging you, please, please. I have a lot of cancellations going on this month because a lot of fellas did not realize that their classes started and they scheduled me for while they are in class, which is okay. It happens to the best of us. But I am trying to fill those slots as quickly as I can, as effectively as I can, and I'm trying to fill them with the next people who are in line. Please help me help you. Please help me help you. So if you've done that, please check your VGen messages. I'm sending more out tomorrow to try and do some more rescheduling, but yeah. Check your messages, please. And the other thing is, if I have reached out to you, I'm going to be putting my foot down about this a little bit. If I have sent you more, I think, than like 5 messages trying to schedule with you, or it's been more than like 3 weeks that I've been trying to get a response from you, I will be clearing you from the queue just because I can't keep up with it. The sheer number of people that I'm currently sending messages to try and schedule with is always a lot. Like any given Monday, I am sending out somewhere in the vicinity of like 40-ish messages, if not more than that. So many of them are to people who have not responded to me for weeks and weeks and weeks, or maybe even months. So if you have not responded to me and it has been a couple weeks via the VGen, I don't have other ways of reaching you. I will just be clearing you from the queue, and I'm so sorry for it, but it is for the sake of my own sanity and organization. So please make sure you're checking your messages. Thank you. Anyways, also, we do have the ones that are the non-paid ones, which are what we do on the Mondays on stream, but the queue for that is well over 1,000, so you're welcome to submit it to that at any time. But yeah, it might take some time to get to you, unfortunately. We are reaching fellows who submitted like a year ago to this form right now. It takes about a year almost. Yeah. Over 1,000? Yeah, we're at 1,200. Originally, I was going to close the form at 1,000, but I got the form to start working normally again, and I figured out why it wasn't working normally. I just had to delete a bunch of images people submitted who we had already critiqued the designs of. It was having mostly just a, like, storage problem. So now we're good again. So now I can leave that open forever. What other housekeeping did I have? Was that it? That might actually be all of my housekeeping. We do steadily approach my 1-year partner anniversary. That is next month. Just be aware of that. Be aware of that. There will be some things occurring in relation to that that have been in progress maybe for a while, some of them. So let's go! I'm very excited. So we'll do a little bit of celebrating in a month. Yeah. Already been a year, right? I know. Crazy, isn't it? Insane even. And as of like 2 weeks from now, I'm switching to the Halloween model. Switching back to my Halloween oyster mushroom model. I don't know if I will be able to have a new Halloween outfit for this year. I may end up prioritizing some outfits for the spring, because I just didn't get to work on any spring outfits for last year, but we'll see. We'll find out. Year's almost over now. I know. Even crazier is the fact that like in 2 months it'll be a year since the donathon, and I'm still working on rewards from it. Just because I'm so good at overestimating the amount of time I have to do things as the funny little one guy team I am. Glad you've been happily together for a year so far? Yeah! Oh wait, wait, hang on, misunderstanding. Not year with my partner. Jubby and I have been together for almost 5 years. That's been way longer. My partner anniversary for Twitch is what it is. I should have been clearer. That's on me. That's on me. Yeah. Yeah, Joby and I have been together for a while. Joby's not going anywhere. Joby's gonna be here forever. Joby's already been here forever. So, was there anything else? I think it is just, yeah, I don't know. Sorry, I've been happily together with Twitch for a year so far. Thank you. I'm sorry? Why are you sorry? You're okay. No need to apologize. Either way, congrats, thanks. I believe that was all of our housekeeping, actually. Yeah, I think that was all. So, what we have here for us today, as we start to get started here, my rubric-chan! Isn't it so strange seeing the way that I drew this rubric-chan compared to the way that I drew something yesterday? Look how much my style has changed in, like, what, 6 months? I've been still trying to figure out how I want to draw in an anime style, and I think I'm finally almost there. It's better. It's getting better. Different styles. Yeah, I've gone through a lot of changes in how I draw. This is much closer to how I draw for my printmaking. Much sharper. Now I'm really round and soft. And very bright in the colors. Yeah. Yippee! First stream? Hi! Welcome in! Working on my own VTuber design. Crazy coincidences in life, I swear. Well, thank you for being here. Also, thank you for following this Fox Bites. Please don't bite us. Please. The shroommates do bite back. Be warned. But here's my rubric-chan. This is not my rubric-chan. Here's my rubric-chan. Look how cute she is. She is the personification of our rubric that we have here. Oh, wait, that was my final housekeeping. Hang on, before we move on. Friday, we're going to decide what our next extra credit is. Our options, just so you can think about them, are including designing Umamusume OCs. That was up for grabs last time. Also, as an option, was designing Squiiji's Utao model, potentially, making me a funny little Utao Vocaloid-esque design. Also, I wanted to toss in the potential option of designing a character. Have you seen, this might be hard to pull up and show you, but have you seen, there's people who do redraws of like animal memes, essentially. Let me see if I have one bookmarked recently. Where they find a cute animal and then they, or like one of the like popular anime or animal memes, and then they redraw it as an anime girl, essentially. Let's see, is it in my likes? I swear I just saw one today, which is why I was thinking about it. There's one account that I follow that does a lot of them and they're really good. Let's see. Nope, not my media. Can I see my likes, please, on Twitter? Yeah, this is what I'm talking about. This is just drawing two animals and referencing the picture, but they've done it also with drawing based on like memes and stuff. Have you seen, like, there's a whole bunch of like really goofy cat memes or dog memes or things like that? Yeah, Gigi Gek. They do a lot of these and they're very fun. If you need somebody to follow who does very cute, very clarity intense character design. Very memorable also. Yeah, person yelling at the cat, but it's a cat girl. Yes, exactly. Yes. Let me see. I swear they had some other ones that were based on memes, but I'm not seeing them right now. But like, oh, look at this. It's just based on animal pictures too, but oh, she's so cute. Look at this little frog. So I thought this might be a cute idea of something we could do for our, oh my gosh, there's so many. We could do for our next one, potentially, for good ideas. Oh my gosh, there's so many good ones that she has. This is like most of what she does. Or I'm gendering this person. I actually don't know what this person's gender is at all, even slightly. I think I'm saying she because I'm looking at a female design here accidentally. Yeah. So that might be a good idea too. So that was my actual, real, final housekeeping. Now we're good. Now I got it. So mull those over in your mind. Think about how you're feeling about them. You could. We could do one of those maybe. Yeah, the artist is Gigi Gek. Yes. Gigi Gek, who is also a webtoon artist, I believe. Yeah. So, There we go. Now we can actually start with critiques for today. Design is so cute. Oh, which one? The one that we were looking at of Geegex, or are we snooping ahead? We might get here. We'll see. We'll see how much we lock in. But here is our rubric that we use to critique character designs. Oh, the spoiler? Yeah, the spoiler is cute. Rubric that we use to critique VTuber designs, because I, in true teacher fashion, like to remain as objective as possible when I'm looking at designs. I also like to have as many opportunities to remove bias as possible when we're looking at designs. So, you can receive a total of 2 points in 5 categories for a total of 10 points. Those categories are color palette, silhouette, complexity versus clarity, focal points, and concept and motifs. Man, I've made myself really self-conscious about my sounds now. I'm like, my brain has convinced me that I have a lisp right now, and I don't think I do, and I think I'm just overthinking myself right now. E.g., focus. Please, get out of your own mind. Get out! I don't need the voices in my brain telling me that I sound funny. So, for color palette, in order to get full points, the palette should be cohesive, interesting, and well executed. It should work well at a distance. You will get no points for color palette if there are major instances of low contrast, clashing, or overwhelming choices. If I'm slapping you with color layers left and right, no points. I am happy to see you all telling me I'm overthinking. Thank you. You sound normal and fine. Oh, thank God. For silhouette. The silhouette should be unique and easily identifiable in and of itself. Think Mario, think of Miku, think of Sonic. These fellows we can identify just based on their silhouettes alone. If I cannot identify you based on that premise alone, if you are a blob or otherwise your head is connecting right to your shoulders, no points for silhouette. For complexity versus clarity, you will get full points if the model is well balanced in terms of level of detail. If I can turn you into a cute little marketable plush without removing all of the elements that make you unique and definitively you. Wait, what did I just say? Hang on. What's going on with me right now? I'm in my head. I gotta stop. If I can turn you into a cute little marketable plush, full points. If I try to turn you into a marketable plush and it does not work, no points. If all of the elements that make you distinctly different from others are lost when I try and turn you into a plush, or if there's just too many things removing, no points. That's it. Yeah, sorry, brain is lagging. For focal points, in order to get full points, the focal point should be the face. It should be the face. You can have other areas that are focal, but it should be the face. The face should be the primary focal point. You can have secondary focal points, but the face should be primary. Because that's how viewers form a connection with you. Yes. Eyes are the window of the soul. You will get no points for focal point if they are covered by other things, if they are outcompeted by other things, no points. For concept and motif, you will get full points if your concept is clearly and creatively presented with supportive motifs. What this means is that I should be able to determine key points like what your personality is like, what your occupation is, what your species is, any cultural reference points, anything like that I should be able to determine just by looking at you. If I can't determine those things at all, or if you just don't have a concept, no points. Being you but blue is still a concept, and you would get points for that, but if you tell me that you're you but blue, but your primary color in your palette is green, no points. There we go. Got it! Yippee! And then we got a couple other things to set up before we start, so if you guys would like to join us, we play bingo on our character design crit streams, and I'll pin it so that people can join us throughout the stream. Come play bingo! Come play bingo! You know you want to. Don't worry, I never win, so you don't have to compete with me. Definitely get to compete with each other. Let's give YouTube the power of bingo also. Bam. Bingo. Here for Gamba? Yeah, don't you worry, Ryuku. There will be Gamba. Is it the bingo or crit bingo? It's bingo. We used to have 2 separated bingos. We used to have crit bingo and bingo, but I just made them into one bingo because we don't use that bingo outside of character design, or outside of VTuber design critiques really these days anymore. So that makes it a little bit easier to remember what the command for it is. There we go, pin message, got it. And Gamba, we can do a little Gamba if you would like. What do you want to predict today? Do we want to predict whether or not I'll get bingo, or do we want to predict how many designs I'll get through? I'll let you know I have 6 designs prepared for today. So our options would be whether or not I get through 4, 5, or 6, so that's a little bit narrower of a scope than usual. Or we could do whether or not I win bingo, which we did once before. If you want a little bit more chance in the mix, we can do the whether or not I win bingo. We'll see. Hang on, I actually can't see the chat because I'm trying to make a prediction right now. Pulper with Tagamba over? You know, sure. We can do that. We can pick that after. I'll put the poll for like 5 minutes or something. Poll, go. What should we gamba over? Number of designs critiqued. Whether EG wins bingo or not. There we go. So I'll let you guys have 5 minutes to decide on that one. I will get us started though, because it doesn't really matter when we start that. As long as it's within the first critique we're doing. So here, I'll poll for YouTube too. Weep. Wop. Weep. Whoop. Wop. There we go. Copy and paste. The power of copy and paste. Go. Go. There we go. And in the meantime, I can also, I guess, take roll while I'm waiting for that. EG steals Lim's bingo card. Don't tell us on your bingo cards. Well, actually, I guess it doesn't matter because it doesn't influence whether or not I win my bingo card. I'll screenshot my bingo card and put it in here somewhere so you guys can see me and see whether I'm cheating or not if we pick that one. Who's here for class today, though? Let's take roll. If you are on Twitch, you can use the 1 point channel point redeem to tell me you're here for class. On YouTube, you can just say you're here also. Let's see. Nano Mino, Saru, Sade, Bleak, Edward, Lemia, Lefty Thrive, Chili, Cotton Candy Floss, Viraku, Murrah, Corey, Fern, Star Heron, Innocent, Nilo, Mad Buns, Marsdot, MP3, I guess I could just call you Mars, Art Fun, Hooshi, Rex, Southern Lights, Amber, Nyabari, Kenoma, Ren, Sanazum, Rusty, Knife Wife, Fiamestra, Angel Honeybun, Hazel, a Sparrow, hi! Thank you for finding class today. YouTube fellas, I see Moss Cake, Silly Silky Sally, Memority, hi! Thank you guys for coming. Knife Wife? Yeah, Knife Wife Balisong is one of the fellas, yes. Ziop Ghost. Also, Fruity Rock, hi! As always, lurkers, don't worry about it. I got you. I know you're here. You've checked in for class. Thank you for coming. I appreciate your presence. Also, VOD watchers, thank you for being here too. I see you. I shake hands with you. I appreciate it. You've all made it to class. Good work. Present, I'm so excited. Yay! I'm glad. I will, you know, let's see, who's winning in the Gambas right now? Number of design critiqued is winning, but not by a large margin right now. If you have strong feelings about what you want to Gamba over, do make sure you poll in. Do let us know. I will, however, get us started in the meantime. So, this is Runarika, she, her, at Runarika _
world stitches, yeah. I need that pastel. Pastel. Pray to be set free. Set free. Please make me blue and don't need to say. It's nothing to me.
Gary, lovely. I don't know this song, but it sounds like you're singing a song to me, which I appreciate. What is this song? It's a song about being pastel, which I guess is topical. Good work. I'm proud of you. I'm glad you've been practicing your singing. After your, what was it, Yankat song that you sang for April Fool's karaoke? I'm glad you've kept up with your practice after that. Wait, I was gonna ask if I could redesign one of my characters that has low contrast for extra credit. For the current extra credit that we're doing? The current extra credit, the point of it is to redesign based on designs that we're intending to get 0s out of 10. If you do that, I mean, you could still submit it, I guess, but the point of it is to redesign designs that have already been made in some capacity. That way you've got like the point of inspiration, and also to show that designs, regardless of how they're done, can be improved while still retaining the essence of them, mayhaps. So I guess you could, but I guess that doesn't really follow what the prompt is, so maybe not actually. You can do that and you can still show us. We'd love to see still, but maybe not for the extra credit, if that makes sense. Lurker taking lots of notes, simultaneously working. Appreciate your stream so much. Thank you! I'm glad you enjoyed them. I appreciate you lurking while I'm working on things. Runarika! She, her! Runarika _ I'm mainly concerned about the flowers, color palette, and the dress. 1. Can the flowers easily be identified as morning glories? Easy answer right off the bat, yes. I can tell that that's a morning glory immediately. These are my favorite flowers, and I wanted my design to be based on them. I'm not great at drawing flowers, so I wanted to hear your opinions to see if they look nice. Oh yeah, they're fine. They got some holes in them, I think that's my fault, but I can tell those are morning glories very easily, and it seems like the shroommates are in agreement. 2. I considered making the design mostly purple, my favorite color, but in the end I opted for blue, as I think blue morning glories are more recognizable. I like the final product, but I'm still wondering if changing the color was the right choice. Is the color palette good enough? We'll get into color palette, because I think that's the primary thing we'll talk about with this image. We'll get into it. But I do think that the color choices you've made, at least as far as hue go, are good. They are quite interesting, which does help, so we'll get into it. 3. My dress is supposed to resemble a nightgown. Is it easy to tell that it is one? We'll get to that too. Please tell me if you have any more comments on my design. I'll be happy to receive any criticism from you. I see. So, I'll let you guys ponder over those questions for a second, because it does seem like we have a clear winner for Gamba, which is that number of designs critiqued will be what we Gamba over. So let me set that up for us. Slash. There we go. And let's predict how many models will be crit today. Do this one. 4, 5, 6. We only have 6 as options, so we'll only go up to 6. There we go. Bam! Go ahead, throw your points wherever you would like. Gamba with shroom with spores responsibly. YouTube chat, you guys get a poll for that. There we go. Options. 4, 5, 6. Remember back when I used to critique 8 designs in a stream? Me too. There we go. Okay. Get your Gambas in, and I will get started. I instantly thought it would be made of lightweight cotton or chiffon, so 100% nightgown materials. Ah, I thought it was a Lolita sack dress rather than a nightgown. I also thought it was, in some capacity, a Lolita cord of some kind, but I can see it being a nightgown. So here, let's get started here. First things first, I actually want to do silhouette. I actually want to do silhouette first. We're gonna have to do like a funny inversion here maybe in order to see the silhouette, but let's see if it works. Wow! Thank you for throwing me. There. Oh, actually no, we don't. So, silhouette. Look at this. So, I think the main strength of your silhouette right now as it stands is the morning glories. They create all this nice positive and negative space off the side of your design, and it adds a nice asymmetrical moment out here, which is good. The hair, I feel like we could do something with the posing of it so that way we get a little bit more of your arm silhouette in. But the bows and the fact that you have a little bit of a looser braid situation happening here is providing us a lot of nice opportunities for negative space. So, not a bad silhouette. And then there's a nice little balance happening where we have, whoa, ooh, my neck. We have the morning glories up here on the right side in the silhouette, and then we've got some more on the ankle on the left side. So it adds some balance. We got interest on both sides of the design. Also, in silhouette land, there is good visual weight in this design. Also, visual weight is where like the predominant amount of width sits in a design, especially in something that's really tall. You've got a really big, clear triangle shape, and then you get much narrower at the bottom. Yeah, triangle with legs. It's very good. Good visual weight, good level of contrast in the overall shape of your silhouette too, which helps you be recognizable. Was I too mean? No, I don't think saying triangle with legs is mean. We're just describing what we see visually, which is what the silhouette is. I wouldn't call this a Christmas tree because Christmas tree silhouettes are when they go like this. If it had more of that happening, I would call it a Christmas tree. But First off, silhouette, I would say passes. You've got a little bit of asymmetry in it, which ends up being pretty dominant. And then I think I'd be able to identify who you are just based on this. You've got good weight. I'd pass you in symmetry. Or not symmetry. I'd pass you on that too, but I would pass you on silhouette. Next, you're gonna be so proud of me, Shrewmates, and you're gonna be really upset because you don't want me to do this for the sake of your bingos, but ladder test. If you're unfamiliar, the ladder test is a test to be performed to determine if there is an interesting distribution of details vertically going up a design, where we draw a horizontal line everywhere there's a major change in the design, whether it be contrast from shape, contrast from the edge of a piece of clothing, contrast in value, something of that sort. So I'm drawing one of these little rungs for the ladder everywhere I see one of those things happening. So like bottom of the hair, bottom of that, top of that, hands. On this design, it gets a little bit tricky because, as we're going to get into later, this is a low contrast, this is a pastel design, as are all the ones we're looking at today. And as a result of that, a lot of the divisions inside the clothing, because they're so low contrast, I don't really count towards this because they aren't really providing a lot of rhythm to the eye. So like I'd place one here and I'd place one here for this bow. And I'd place one like up here for where you've got like this ribbon that's off center, and for like the top of the shoulders, the bottom of the chin, for the top and bottom of the eyes, for the top of the, where the hair connects to the head, and then the top of the hair. There's probably some other way we could add them for this, but there's a lot more division happening in this big object of morning glories growing up the hair. I did explain the ladder test, so you do get that on your card, I guess. If I hide this, we want our ladder to be unclimbable. What do you think? Would you be willing to attempt to climb this? Is this scalable in any capacity to you? Because I don't think it is to me. Are they pale blue or white? I think they're mostly pale blue, but they are white also in places. Ow. Thank you for your donation of ladders. I really don't think I would climb this. We want OSHA violating ladders because that means that there's a good distribution of detail across the figure in a way that feels interesting and not what is the word I was looking for? And not stagnant. That's the word I want. Not stagnant. So, what we want, clustering. Good clustering here, good clustering up around the face. What we want is half broken rungs from asymmetrical elements in the design. We get a bunch of those. And variety of distances between rungs. Up here, a lot of these distances get a little bit similar, but it's not too bad because it's just this one cluster. And there's a lot more variety throughout the rest of the body. So, I would say this is pretty good. I can already immediately start dropping in things here. So, silhouette, I really don't have any concerns. Oops, hang on. Multiply layer, there we go. So I'd say I really don't have any concerns about silhouette here. As far as concept goes, it seems like we are primarily focusing on morning glories and being in a nightgown. So I'm gonna guess that there's some angle about being sort of sleepy or calm or relaxed happening in this design. Mayhaps. Maybe. And I think I'm getting most of that from looking at this design. You know, if we see brighter colors, things that are lower in contrast, we do tend to associate that with having a more chill or relaxed or calm disposition. Blue and purple, while they can be used to tell us that something is like cold or cool, are also pretty calming colors too. So the color language is helping. The morning glories I can read a-okay the way that they are. I am wishing maybe if they're a key part of your theming, that they were showing up sort of as a way that they influence the shapes of the clothing, which maybe they are, and I'm just having a little bit of trouble seeing it. You know, morning glories do have this big... I'm just gonna trace over it real quick.
Hey, what's up all y'all gamers? It's your favorite boy Gary here. Also, parent, what the heck is going on? Do you sound different or is Gary going crazy?
I do sound different! We talked about it at the start of stream. I attended an audio clinic to get my filters reset up, and it went really well. What are your thoughts, Gary? Do you like it? Sorry to throw everybody for a loop, though. Well, we'll get used to it over the course of this week, maybe, but it probably is strange. I've sounded like this for a year. What was I saying? Oh, I was saying these do have these, like, really broad... That's a really small pen. Make this smaller, please. There we go. Nope, too small. Hang on. Really broad petals like that. And I guess that is sort of being referenced by how broad these ruffles are, maybe? We get sort of a similar shape that's repeated throughout? I don't know. Can I guess, did you talk with Coffee Run? No, it was not Coffee Run, it was Zephyriana? I call her Zeffy, so I don't know what her full name, I don't know how to say her full name, but Zeffy, she is a metal singer. Yeah, Coffee Run would probably be another good fellow to go to for help with that kind of thing, though. I do know who that is also. What am I doing here? Oh, talking about repetition of shape. Yeah. Look back at the VODs for that, didn't know you were in it. Yeah, I was there yesterday at like 6:30 p.m.-ish, I think it was. I was many hours in. I was supposed to be the third person, I think, for yesterday, but there was a lot of stuff going on, people having trouble, so things got a little off schedule. I know how that goes. You know how I am. Try incorporating leaf shape on skirt. Yeah, so that's sort of getting to what I was going to suggest, which is that one area for growth that I do see within this design as far as concept goes is we could incorporate the motifs a little bit more directly, maybe, here throughout. Area of growth, pun intended. Yes, pun was intended. So the leaves might be good for that, where we can shape things in association with them. I was thinking about just the fact that, you know, the leaves are heart-shaped for Morning Glory plants. So having a heart motif appear somewhere else in this design might go well with how cute everything else is as far as, you know, general vibe, but then also we're just repeating that shape more throughout. As I'm zooming in, I was also wondering if I zoomed in on the lace, if the lace was repeating that. And I feel like that might be one of the small places where you can have a subtle detail. We're not going to deal with contrast right now. But if these lace cutouts were heart-shaped like the leaves, instead of being like the more traditional 3 little dots application of it, that might be a good way of working some of those motifs more throughout. And, you know, if we're trying to make it look more like lace, it might help if we bisect it. Because lace tends to have a little bit more, like, cut out for structure. Like that. So then we're repeating that throughout. Not that that really does all that much from a distance, but just little things to incorporate. I'm trying to think of where else. The other thing that I was feeling is that this Morning Glory piece doesn't feel like it's really all that incorporated into the hair or the design. And I was wondering if maybe, you know, we could see it. Why are my brushes so weirdly sized today? Hang on. If we could see it moving through the hair in some capacity, that might also be nice. Where if we could see like, oh, here's some vines that are sticking out from like inside the hair. This one has tucked itself into the braid, maybe even. Things like that, so that it feels just a little bit more integrated might help. Metal jewelry's a miss for a nightgown, like braided ribbon or lace might work better. Ah, for this? That's a good thought too. Hang on, we will get there. That's a good thought though, as far as practicality goes. But I was just thinking about how we could work this a little bit more into the hair so it feels more integrated. Because right now it feels like it's a little bit... It just feels like it's floating off the side of the body, I feel like. And it doesn't really go behind the body. It doesn't really have much overlap. Also, the bangs on the split of the hair to be shaped like a heart. The bangs around the split of the hair. What do you mean? Bangs around the split of the hair. Oh, do you mean like pushing this higher so that we get like a heart shape inside of it? Like that? Is that what you mean? I don't know if I executed that the way you were talking about. Or do you mean for like the actual bangs at the bottom, like a widow's peak? Oh, so like... Interesting. Maybe. If we had like a darker area. Hang on, I'm drawing this really off-center. Whoops, hang on. It's because it is a little bit off-center. Hang on, I want to make it subtle. could do that maybe, to have a widow's peak, but that might feel just a little bit strange. Let's see. That feels sort of like a heart. I don't know if I'm executing this especially well. Like the hair vents, I tend to be a fan of hair vents also. Improvement either way? Okay, I see. I tried to keep it centered because this is off-center as a hair part, so the peak wouldn't be off to the side, but it might be a little bit strange otherwise. Finally caught a stream. Want to say I love your work? Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you for stopping by. So awesome. Thanks. I'm happy I can help you. Oh, Shuji. Wait, yeah, Shuji. Waka, he said thank you for following. I appreciate it. Give her a strand of hair that looks like the bottom of a heart right there. I was just gonna say, you know, we have all these little like flyaways where you could also just have like something like that off the tip of it, because I feel like this design is serious in a way where I wouldn't want to give her an ahoge, but like how cute is that? Just having one little strand that turns into a heart maybe also. Something like that. Putting the flowers more throughout might also be a good move, or just even the leaves, where this green, I will say right now, we're kind of getting towards focal point right now, is quite focal because it's really the only place that green is, and it's a lot of that green all in one spot. So the more we distribute this green throughout the design, the less distracting it'll be. So if in the bow we had like, where we can see the really like heart-shaped leaves like coming down out of here or something, that could be good so that it's a little more distributed. I'm just sort of loosely drawing these in. And then putting them in on the other side in a way that's not symmetrical too. There we go. It'd be really good if I just used the fill bucket instead of trying to manually color these in. There we go. Bit more green throughout would be good, which is why I'm also feeling like it might be good to have just like a little bit. If we could see, this is like some more of that going behind this piece of hair here or something, and then, you know, you get your heart-shaped leaf. You said you're not very good at drawing plants, but I think you did fantastic. Leaves. Leaves. But that way the green is on both sides of the body. Around the head, it'll be something that's stealing the focal point a little bit less. Even if you don't put the flowers on this side, it'll feel a little bit more integrated too. Split heterochromia where the eyes are blue and green and the same irises. Oh! You could do that too, mayhaps. Let me see how I might do that. Where, oh, how does that work when you split heterochromia in your eyes? It's just like one part of the eye is a different color, right? And then you could make it so that they're not like symmetrically heterochromiad. Is that the word? Heterochromatic? Green with a blue shadow. They could also be green with a blue shadow. Let me just put this to being a color layer and see. That's kind of cute, just adding more depth to the eye color too, maybe. Resting on the shoulder, some green of the braid or sleeve. Yeah, just a little bit more green throughout will be good to make this less focal. But I will say, the face is still pretty focal here despite that, because the face is the only thing that is within that sort of warmer, peachier color undertone. So we are still looking to the face pretty quickly. I just want to make sure that this feels more integrated, maybe. I didn't really do a good job of drawing leaves, though. Spend more time drawing leaves than I spend drawing leaves, but clearly you've shown that you can do it, so I have faith in you. There we go. It's gonna be a little bit thicker. More throughout. Yeah! Eyes could be fully green. We can try that too. With the blue shadow. Really, I'd have to do is go like this, I think, for that. There we go. Sorry. Ooh, whoa. That's pretty crazy. Making the eyes a lot more green. The flower vine is kind of like a line that directs towards the face. Could do that too. Where if you had things that are sort of like radiating in towards the face, it could work that way. We're like, what? This one might just be a little bit too long and intense, but those things can help us look more directly at the face, maybe. A little bit, yeah. I think that's helping. The green eyes, I'm actually kind of a fan of. Pushing back the bottom by darkening it with a gradient. We can do that. So yeah, will contrast be the last thing we talk about here? Because generally there's a little bit of trouble just happening overall with it. This is intending to be a pastel design, but there is a lot of clarity trouble as a result of it. And it is such a hard balance to strike sometimes with clarity in a design that is pastel, because we're going for that sort of light and bright, ethereal feeling, which is so pretty. And it is really pretty, but from any distance, most of the clothing is all blending together. The hair being much darker, but still feeling pastel. Like, this is hair that we are going to recognize as being like a dark purple or a dark brown or even black, but just stylistically it's purple and it's much brighter. But we can recognize what it is. Similarly, we can just add more contrast in some of the shadow regions of the clothing. Just push some of the shadows a little bit darker. So let me go and multiply layer. I said we weren't going to do this right now, but sorry, we are actually going to do it right now. It's going to be really extreme right now, so bear with me, but I will push it back a little bit more, because do you see how extreme the shadow is under the face? We can definitely have strong shadows. Just a little bit stronger. We don't have to make them crazy, but just to define the edges of some things a little bit more, it could be good. So I'm just kind of going over some of the deeper parts of some of the shadows. I'm not doing like a super clean job or anything, but just so we can get a general idea of it. And I might soften some of them, but like if I do it like that, do you see how this still reads as pastel? It's not like I made this really, really high contrast or anything, but we can see the edges of some of these objects a little bit more clearly. There we go. We can keep talking about concept stuff as well. Bear's in the room with EG. I got to have fun this week and actually say that to somebody in a consultation. I haven't critiqued a bear in a while, and the bear was with me this week in private critiques. There we go. Let's see. Yeah, so do you see what I mean? Still feels pastel, but now we can see the edges of all those nice little ruffles that you've drawn in the body. I could continue this up to up here where we can have it be the drop shadow underneath these objects too. And this can come out here or something of that nature. There we go. Nice. Nice. And you can change the undertone of the shadow as well to better match whatever it's on top of. I'm just doing it kind of quickly all in one color so we can get the idea. Oh, double water. Don't worry, I'll take my sippy of water, but that is so intense that there's two of them right now. Does this count as a cozy design? You know, I would say so. Usually when we use the phrasing of cozy for designs, we're usually using it in capacity of, you know, that one particular type of outfit that we tend to see not infrequently, which is the sweater with a skirt and maybe like a cardigan, or and then the thigh highs. There's like one particular kind of design trope that I tend to think of in association with that. But I would say that this is a cozy design, so we could still use that phrasing for it. So sure, why not? Shoe change idea and stream suggestions to make more cozy but still fancy? Sure, let me see. While I take my sippy of drink. Live suggestions. Oh, nightgown adjacent shoe styles! Yes! Yes! Absolutely. Yeah, nobody wears full shoes, too bad, but yeah, this, with the little bit of fluff on them, and you could put the morning glory for this little flower area, would be so cute. Yeah, elevated cozy! That would be very nice. Because right now, the shoes aren't really adding to that aesthetic. You could make them, like, be fluffy in this color, because I feel like this color is important to have, whoops, in this region. We do want something dark on the bottom to be, like, bottom weighting. Although we could maybe pull, like, this blue? Is that enough contrast? That's fine. Well, if I do that, then I can't put the blue flower on top. So let me... Here's the fluff. Oh, wait, that's lighter than it was. Hang on. No! Pick the correct color. My thing? Come on, there we go. And that's a good area where we can exaggerate, make it nice and fluffy and nice and textural. We can have the sock showing in the front. There we go, yep. And then you could have like the flowers, some kind of accessory on it in some capacity. But yeah, very, very cute. Morning Glory is a more solid flower without separate petals. Yeah, all the petals are sort of like almost webbed together in a mesh in some capacity. In pastel design, some artists developed the style where there's a more saturated color line to separate the shadows of the base color. If you see, could be an idea. Yeah, that is also a good idea. Where they will, how they do that? Where it's like, cover that, take this, and instead of going darker, we go more saturated. And then if I just draw like that, oh, that's still too strong. But like, yeah, they will use more saturation instead of making things darker. Although pastel, I think by definition, isn't pastel technically also low saturation? Like, that's kind of more like what you're talking about, maybe. Where they could have a line of that higher saturation color right against where things are touching. Or do you mean like an ambient occlusion line where you get like a higher saturation, just like edge? Like running along like that, maybe. Both of those could potentially be options, but yeah, the shading just needs a little more clarity to it, where the color choices themselves are okay. They maybe just need just a little bit of help to be clear from a distance. Yeah. Not lighted design, cool if that. They streamed in the morning. Throughout the stream, the flowers begin to close. They don't bloom for very long. Ah, or if, conversely, if they streamed in the evening, the flowers could start closed at the beginning of stream, but like as the sun goes down, they could bloom then instead. Ha 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 ha, maybe. Yeah, that would be neat to have as like an animation, maybe. If you could have it like a timer set from when you open the model or something. I don't really know how you would set that up, but that is a very neat idea to incorporate it. Big Daddy, thank you for following. No, we're like, have a line work for the shadow? Yeah, similar to that. Okay. Yeah. Any of the three ways we showed for the shading could potentially be good options to just add that little bit of clarity that we're lacking, maybe. Big blue filler on the bottom could be a bit smaller to make the puff ends of the sleeves pop out more. That's true, but I think that could also be a posing thing too, where for me, I feel like the arms, like I'm not going to completely move and redraw them. We could also just move the arms out off the body. So like if the arms, instead of being down, were out like this. That's a hand, I promise. If we angled the arm out more like this, it would still feel like it's a very cute pose, but then we don't have to change how exaggerated the dress is, because I like the level of exaggeration it already has, potentially. Came across your stream, love your model. Thank you, I made it, I appreciate it. This is not my art, however, that we are looking at right now, which is why I'm not in the art category. We're critiquing others' designs. But I'm glad you like my model. I did design my model myself, however, though. Yeah, moving the arms. Beginning of the stream, the flowers are open, and throughout the stream they close. I see that working unless they do a strict schedule, with no VTuber ever does. I have a pretty strict schedule, except for when I miss days, but like I'm very consistent about time, so you can't say no VTuber ever. We usually start stream within the same hour, regardless of when it changes, but I don't know. Maybe they will be. You do need to be a little more regimented, I guess, for that idea to work, but posing the arms out a little bit more might be good for silhouette, so we can get a little bit more of the skirt, a little bit more of the sleeve, where the hair isn't eclipsing the sleeve also. Yeah. Anyone want a Selena Gomez Oreo? They made Selena Gomez into Oreos? They shouldn't do that with her. She deserves better. We should not be eating the flesh of Selena Gomez. I know you guys are mushrooms, but I still don't approve of that. Turn that off so we can see again. Let me go through my grades and see if I'd missed anything. Generally, the actual color choices themselves are fine. I don't have any issue with the choice of hue that has been made, other than where the green is detracting from the focal point, but I'm going to take that off down here. For complexity versus clarity, we definitely need to work on the clarity just a little bit as far as value goes, around the shadow areas. And then for focal points, that green should be a little bit more distributed. for concept, I think you're very close. As far as wanting to get that sort of like sleepier angle going, where we want to make it clear that this is a nightgown, fluffy little elevated but still very cute sandals that are sort of in the style of like a slipper might be very good. And then, oh, also I forgot, somebody said earlier, it might have been Ruku, metal on a nightgown. No, 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 no. That doesn't tend to be a thing that people do very often. We don't tend to see that. You could also stones. This might be better as just like a secondary ribbon, where you could have just like a gold. I'm not redrawing it. Hang on. Gold ribbon that comes through here and then is like tied in this area. And like if you want to increase the level of detail of it just a little bit, you could even show it like folding over in some place where like, you know, we can see that it's going to be from the front side of the ribbon to being the back side of the ribbon. I haven't really drawn this in a way that for the shape makes it work. Or pearl. Still hard. People perceive pearls as softer. Ah, that's interesting. People perceive pearls as being softer, really? Huh. I was just gonna say maybe have like a just like smaller ribbon here. And then draw it a little bit so I can see it. But you could do that maybe. They do scratch easily. Yeah, I guess they are softer than like a stone or metal, but they still are something that would not be very comfortable to be sleeping in, potentially. Crocheted yarn vine work could be a soft accessory idea for the nightgown itself. That's true. One of the things I have found is kind of challenging to incorporate into VTuber design specifically is crochet and or knit patterns, especially when they're small. Because those things inherently are very high contrast, or high detail rather. So it can be hard to interpret them and to pare them down, especially in something small, while still making sense of them. Oh yeah, button could also work. Buttons we tend to approve of being a part of sleepwear. So if we did want to keep that sort of like teal thing that was here, we could have a button. Oh, and then what if it's a heart button? Because we were talking about having more hearts throughout the design. We will associate that with being comfier, potentially also. Take some stylizing to get to work for sure. Yeah, for yarn, it's tough. I have not found a good solution for it, unfortunately, myself. That feels, functional, but doesn't mean other people won't find it. I feel like it's just the scale thing with this specifically, where because it's so small of a detail, that is the trouble. May I ask how to actually pronounce your name? Squiiji. I'm Squiiji. Or EG. You can call me whichever. EG is my nickname. Man, the designers of Animal Crossing Pocket Camp could learn from Squiiji. Can't see more than half their pastel items even when not matched together. Oh man, Pocket Camp! I remember Pocket Camp! I used to play that back when it came out. I think, oh man, was I in college when that came out? That was a while ago. That game was very cute, I remember, but I didn't like the Gamba aspect to pull for furniture. It was kind of weird. I know there's a paid version now where you can just buy it, but that is tough if their things are so low contrast you struggle to see them. But yeah, this feels a little bit softer as an accessory, maybe like that. Gamba was bad. Yeah, it was not rewarding at all. It kind of sucked playing that game as a free-to-play person. So I'm not surprised that the app did not last, unfortunately. Yeah. Squeegee 3D? Yeah, I got a lot of E's happening. Squeegee. I've been practicing my Luigi for the way to say my name. Animal Crossing Gacha game? Yeah, have you not heard of it? It was a mobile game that you could play on your phone. Sorry, we did move past WA-EG very quickly, but yes. I think you can still buy it for a one-time purchase to use all of them? No, you don't pull for villagers, you pull for... Or do you? I don't remember. I thought you just pulled for... furniture, I think it was. Maybe it was, wow! Villagers 2. I can't remember. I didn't play it for incredibly long because the experience as a free-to-play fella were not fantastic, and I refused to spend money on things. Furniture and outfits. Oh, outfits. For you as the player character or for the other characters? I don't know. Interesting. Whoa. Yeah. Been trying to figure out an embroidered VTuber for years now. I know, me too. Whoa. I, once upon a time, was going to try and make crocheted looking VTuber models, but I never figured out the material setup for them, unfortunately. Also, sorry that you're getting Mike Wazowski'd right now, Runarika. Talk about Animal Crossing Pocket Edition? Yeah, we are. Yeah. We are a little off topic. Thank you for bonking me. But yeah. They shut down the servers and made a paid solo version. Oh, I see. Said properly critique VTuber models when they could just thrash them? Thrash them? What do you mean thrash them? I'm not shaking anyone. I won't do that. Crocheting animals is way easier than people and dolls in my experience. Actually, crocheting a model for a VTuber would probably be easier than trying to 3D model one that looks like it, if I'm being so honest with you, which is so funny to say. Not you, Waluigi would? Yeah, I wouldn't. I definitely wouldn't. I don't know what Waluigi would do. I don't know that guy. Anyways, exceedingly off topic, gang. You gotta win. Let me see. Do I have any things for my bingo? Oh, wait. Perfect. Hang on. Look at this. Look at this perfect bingo situation I have happening here. Look at my bingo. Okay, multiply layer. Yeah, so what do I get already? Look! Pastel colors! Heart motif! I used color layers! Free space! Cozy aesthetic! Not too similar skin colors, despite the fact that it's pastel. Didn't have that happening as a struggle. No wing motif. Okay, I am one away from bingo, and I can just give myself bingo. I could just give myself bingo. Hair vents are only because I gave her hair vents, I feel like. Do I have dangerous ladder here too? Hang on, did I fail to read? I guess I could give hair vents and dangerous ladder. Does not need more dirt. That'd be cheating. Would it be cheating? We're so close. I did not reference Trigun. The color palette is not monochromatic. We picked the right Gamba, lads. Are you sure? Are you sure? You might have had a higher chance of winning if you hadn't. Not a god or mythological creature. Fashion was fine. No tech wear. Did not beg for exaggeration. Not a clown or jester. No hoge. I probably said fear not, but I can't remember. Not 5 or more motifs. Not aquatic. I didn't steal any limbs. The hair and skin have enough contrast. Concept's fine. Design did not get rotated. No body harness. No wings. I'm so close. Anyways, I did need to finish just grading, which is to say, you go in the fridge. I thought you were very cute. 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 out of 10. So what this shows us, pastel designs can work, but they do take a little bit of work to be effective. We just need a little more contrast, a little more variety and value around the shadow region, or more variety in hue. I would say that abundantly the reason why this design works is because it's teal and blue and green and white, and the hair is a darker color. I cannot stress this enough. The hair being a darker color is doing so much for this design in a positive way. Delicious, delectable. Round of applause for Runarika. I almost called you Runarika, but maybe that is your name. Is your name Runarika? That could be it also. Like all at once instead of Runarika. No separating. But so cute! Good work! My clapping, all of my hand gestures are gonna be so weird because my leap motion is so close to me now. Becky Kachu, thank you for following. Also, thought you were saying Shadow Realm? No, no Yu-Gi-Oh right now. Not right now. Later maybe, but not right this second. All right, second design. Here we go. I'm gonna take a sip of a beverage in the meantime while we just look at this just fast, quick. But this is Io, or Bunny, she, they, Io, Tayo, and I will read all of this to you, but I gotta lean back to have a sip of beverage, and my audio's gonna get bad. Or I guess not as good. I'll drink a lot to make up for all the hydrate redeems that I did not do when they were redeemed. God, I hope you can't hear me drinking now. I haven't tested my audio to see if you can hear me chewing or drinking things. So I'm hoping you're not hearing my mouth noises as I slurp up my aloe beverage. Can't hear? Shoo. Okay, I'm relieved. I was afraid you might be able to. Actual Christmas tree silhouette? Yeah, a little bit closer on this one, yeah. probably see some contrast issues versus focal. Yeah, so we'll get there for this one. So this one does have a lot of things that are working in the right direction. Her model's 3D. Wait, is it really? Rex, is this true? Hang on. Is it? I'm opening Twitter right now. Is it really? On your Twitter you can see? Oh, there is a 3D model in progress for her. Yeah, right now. I don't think it's done yet. But it does seem like she is working on a 3D model version of it, which is crazy. Fantastic 3D modeler. What the heck? Ooh, very cute. Whoa. It seems like her hair shape might have changed a little bit since our previous submission, though. So we will keep that in mind, because I think she toned her hair down a little bit, but I'm going to tell her to not tone her hair down, because her hair, the way that it is right now, is strong. Stay fluffy. Squeegee's mouth noises ASMR? No! No, no, no. I hate mouth noises, and most ASMR makes me curl up into a ball like tinfoil. No. No. So, Io! I have to hiccup, hang on. There we go, hiccuped. Oh, I have to hiccup again, hang on. There we go. I don't know if you guys see me hiccuping now either. I always hiccup when I drink. There's a lot I've planned for her. Lore's not fully developed yet, so please bear with me. Bear with me. This is the first time I've seen somebody else say that. However, she will have a halo and little angel wings as well. Not currently drawn, but will be soon. Yeah, I did see that on her Twitter. Hi, Nocturne. She lingers around hospitals for those who are in need of luck, for those who believe in angels. They can see her manifest. She's often invisible to those who don't believe in angels, but when she is finally presented to those who do, they are granted luck. However, this luck is a double-edged sword as it hurts her in turn. Bruises and cuts cascade throughout her form, while in the hospital she dresses herself in their bandages. An angelic lucky rabbit whose luck is not her own. Okay. Contemplated that it was her fate/punishment for something in her own realm, and her responsibility has been assigned to helping those in need at the cost of her own health. She withdraws before it gets to be too detrimental, replenishes, and the process continues. Admittedly, some of my inspiration comes from many sources, but the hiding/invisible/shown only to those who believe is actually inspiration from Mew from Pokemon. Oh, interesting! Similar pink fella who only shows up for those who believe. Cute. And then we've got some questions here. Gold Scraps, thank you for following. For questions, my question as far as design goes, is her silhouette, I acknowledge, wait, hang on. My question as far as design goes is, her silhouette, I acknowledge, is a bit blocky due to her hair being a bit of a chunk, as well as her position/stance is something I'm not truly happy with. What would you suggest as a different pose to go by? I'm the artist for this model, so I'd be more than happy to take any suggestions in redesigning her stance. Also, what are hands? Good question. Hands are funky little appendages with flanges on them, and they are a pain in the butt for most people to make in any medium. Man, I love drawing hands in 2D. 3D modeling hands, completely different question. Ooh. Also, the critique for the color palette. I wanted something soft and gentle, pinks and blues, but in terms of contrast, was it okay? We'll get to that. I appreciate you for absolutely everything, Squeiji. Thank you for the opportunity and looking at my sweet bunny woman. Thank you for submitting. Yeah, so we'll get to all these things. So, first, like a lot of the shroommates are saying, the face is absolutely focal because that is the place where the most contrast is occurring right now. It's also the most rendered area of the design, making your eyelashes and your lips so much darker than everything else. Beautiful, fantastic choice. Lovely, I am a fan. I do think, however, we can take some of that success from what is happening in the face and just push it a little bit more in a couple other areas so we can have a little more clarity. So I'm gonna take a multiply layer and just kind of clarify some edges of things, almost like we have more direct shadows around these bigger chunks of hair. You can leave all the little wispy pieces inside of the hair low contrast, and I think that that'll be fine, where they just become kind of like noise or a little flavor, something that rewards a closer look. But like here around the edges of like bigger chunks of your hair, do you see how this shadow is now allowing us to see where that hair is. This is important. There we go. And then even like back in here where this is further behind the body, so that way we can see the clothes against it a little bit more clearly. Having a little bit more shadow would help. Bam. And then you have this shadow shape that's like in here already, but sort of extending that out we can use as a way to like show more hair texture and show the hair tucking behind the shoulders a little bit more. I don't want to make this super high contrast, but just a little bit more. Broadening this out just a little bit, so that way we can sort of assume the outer edge of the arm a little bit more clearly. Multiply layer. Yeah, multiply layer. We've had several multiply layers already today, so so make sure you get your multiply layers in. Come on, get your daily dose of multiply layers. We had color layers already today too. But yeah, just clarifying where big shapes are here. You can even add like more shading throughout. But honestly, there's something about this big glowing hair shape for the fact that you are an angel that only appears to certain people is kind of interesting. And I think it works for what it is, so I almost don't feel the need to tell you to put much more contrast in, other than if you're gonna like just darken some of the edges around where the body is a little bit more so we can make out your uniform. And it doesn't have to be everywhere, it doesn't have to be symmetrical, but just like a little bit more of this would be helpful. Or you could follow the other strategies we talked about earlier with having having things be a little bit more saturated as opposed to being darker, or having things have like a terminating edge color to shadows, or just having a darker line somewhere ever so slightly. But difference here. We can now see where edges end. I would also say maybe some of these pieces that are cascading down here in the center could use a little bit of that shadow under them too. But you can be kind of sparing with where you want to use the shadows. We just need a little more clarity, but if you want to feel very, very ethereal and angelic, don't go crazy with it. For the ears, I might still like just like a little bit more shading inside of them too. I wonder if this is too much. I could probably even push back what I've added to like there, so we can really preserve how light and bright things are. Smaller wispies? Yeah, she's got all these little small wispies in her hair that could use just a little bit more definition so that we can see it. Get a little more mileage out of her hair texture. Being very fluffy. Which does make her feel like a very trustworthy and friendly rabbit also. Having all these nice round shapes throughout. You just push back a couple of pieces of the hair that are like further back, it seems like, but not a ton of modification. Funny enough, the way that the hair is contrasting against the face right now doesn't bug me too much, but as usual, we could probably still use just a little more contrast there too. So making a multiply layer, you have this nice dark shadow under your face. You could have more shadows around the hair on your face. Let me turn that down, that's too much. And then like here, where it's overlapping your eyes, and in here, and in here. Just so that we've got a little more clarity happening there. Yeah. Ears are shaped like wings. Genius. Are they? I see the little bit of fluff at the top of them that pushes in that direction a little bit, but that wasn't abundantly clear to me initially. Bit of a dark gradient on our legs to ground a bit and shadow the bandages better. Yeah, we can do that too. I'm gonna grab like one of these blue colors. I think I actually cut her out from her background. I did! There we go. Classic sweeping gradient situation. To push her legs back a little bit. More so they're not as bright. And then similarly, just more drop shadows around the edges of things. You have drop shadows already, but just intensify them a little bit more perhaps. I do think that changing the undertone from your hair, which is very warm, it's pink, to being a little bit cooler in the main part of your outfit is a good move. That is adding a little bit more clarity to it. I feel like we could push that maybe just a little bit more in some places also. And then on top of some of these general considerations about contrast, concept. Let me just put the grade down as far as contrast goes. We did start with that, so don't forget. Contrast, not terrible. but could use a little bit more. Focal point, conversely, is definitely succeeding as a result of the fact that the face is more rendered and darker than anything else, though. So, for concept, you did say you have an angel halo, and I did see it, that you did include it in your version that you were drawing for your 3D model, and you had it sort of like this, I think, where it was like around one ear. Hang on, I'm gonna move that up so we can actually see it. There we go. And it's bright white and glowing on your current model, it seems like. I didn't see the wings on that one, so I don't really know where you put them, but having wings somewhere might help with the interpretation also. But yeah, these big chunks of hair do sort of feel reminiscent a little bit of wings, and you could probably push them a little bit further to make them truly feel like wings. Like, her eyes are a tiny bit too far apart. I took that as being a stylistic decision. It didn't really bug me, the distance, at least. I wonder if we could push the hair to look more like wings, where I'm thinking of just general wing shapes. I guess I'd have to arc down a little bit more at the ends, maybe, for wings? Or we could do, like, the very classic, I love the, like, card captor Sakura, like, these kind of wings. Which are very soft and round. And I wonder if there's a way to get this sort of silhouette out of this chunk of hair, where we could push this edge in to be more flat, almost like a jellyfish cut, and then have these three peaks be on the underside as opposed to being coming straight out the side. That'd take a lot of redrawing to try and figure out how to do. But that could be something that is worthwhile to try. I'll just leave that there for now. Make the wings made of light the same as the halo. Yeah, definitely could. Silly cyan hair gradient at the bottom, perhaps. Whoa, that might be a little bit too focal because there's not really much cyan happening elsewhere. But it could be interesting. I wonder if there might be somewhere else we could put a gradient if we wanted to that would be less distracting. Because if we put the gradient down here, that'll bring our eye down. We'd need the gradient to happen somewhere on the face if we did want to do that. Yeah. Fluffy hair is almost like wings. Love halo, made of light. Favorite wing shape, I agree. The bandages. Ah, the bandages aren't super clear right now also. They could maybe use a little bit more variety. If the ear tips are slightly darker pink, I could see that also. Let me stick that on multiply layer that I have here. Where yeah, I could see the tips of the ears being a little bit darker maybe. Just for variety. That's kind of interesting, yeah. Framing hair and banks of a gradient alongside the ear tips keep focal points around the head if that's the concern. That is true. We could push the edges of the hair. Instead of making the shadows under them darker, we could have gradients on them that make them darker than the skin color, specifically like around the face. But then in order to make sense of that, we might need to do that at the bottom of the hair too, and that might be too distracting having a lot more pink down there. But we could try that. I'm just kind of doing it kind of messily right now. And then I can gradient it so that it's not as intense, but that might be taking us too far out of pastel also, because it needs like this much value to have contrast right now, at least for me. Let me put this here and clip it. Maybe I can reduce it just a little bit more, but having a lot more gradients happening might just be a little bit too distracting. Let's see. We'll try it. Taking it from the ethereal look a little bit. I do agree. I could probably lighten it to like that, maybe? And it wouldn't take away as much. And once I gradient it, it won't be as intense. But let's just see. We'll try. We'll see. We'll see if this is a feasible thing to do. Never hurts to try. Blend. There we go. I don't think that's too bad. I'm not sure that's really adding a lot of clarity, but it is doing something interesting for the hair. And it still feels pastel. We're increasing just the contrast kind of everywhere overall. I did make the shadows less intense by doing that, so we might need to push the shadows once more just a little bit to make it clearer, but it's not too bad. Now that I've blurred it, it's okay. It did add color variation, which might also be good. I do agree. I do wonder if also, maybe if the bottom of the hair, we could push it more like purple-y, where there's more purples that are in the body too. If I go like this. I'll make this a color layer. And then gradate it up, where the pink then ends up being more consolidated around the face than it is now. That could also add a little bit of color variety. Color. Well, I might even need to make that even higher for the line for it, but that's adding a little bit more depth as well. Honestly, we could probably do that with parts of the ear too. Leave it really pink at the ends, but then the pink is sort of leading us into the face a little bit more too. Mentioned blue in the blurb on the right, not seeing it. They did mention blue, and I think that that's because this has a blue undertone in the dress. But if we want there to be a stronger blue undertone, we might need to add that ourselves, which wouldn't be bad, adding more color variety. This was a monochromatic design for all intents and purposes before I started doing stuff. Now I'm making it less monochromatic. Where would I even put it? I wonder if, let's see. The shirt, if the shirt was even cooler? This will make it feel even brighter too if I do this, where not every part of it needs to be this color. Let's see. This does feel very pastel to change this to this color though. Where then maybe like the skirt would be this color too, but not like part of the trim of it or something. Although I don't know. That's kind of interesting. Adding a little more depth. Bit crowded style of the hair, less art style, more fashion. Yeah, there's a lot of hair in front of the face. I don't think it's too bad. I think that is helping maybe with having a little more variety in the undertone too. Just sort of subtly pushing interest. We're making the shadows a little bit more contrasty, which might be helping. And then that's also adding contrast between this and this and this and this and this. And the trim, where that automatically makes it a little bit stronger in contrast overall. But I do think just generally we need just slightly stronger shadows, more or less everywhere. As far as the medical angle goes, let me just see. So Angel, I should have duplicated that wing and put it on the other side. There we go. There, lovely. As far as concept goes, lingers around hospitals. Okay. Granted luck, bruises, and injuries. Okay. Withdraws before it gets too detrimental. I saw something. Where was it? There's a lot of detail here, but I saw something about her outfit when she goes into the hospital. But I can't remember what it was. Hang on. I gotta like skim real quick again. Halo, angel wings. Okay. Lingers. Need of luck. Helix and angels. I wonder. So. The part of a rabbit that we tend to associate with luck, as opposed to just being the whole rabbit, we associate rabbit paws with being lucky. So I see that she does have a cast that is stylized to look like a rabbit paw, which is interesting. So I think that is helping. It's in the right direction for us. But I wonder if we could have more elements that allude to luck, mayhaps, in the design, maybe? Even if they're just subtly incorporated. That's just a thought. Let me figure out if I can find the other angle about hospital things. Here, manifest, invisible to those who believe in angels. Granted luck, double-edged sword, helps her. Cascades that her form. While in the hospital, she dresses herself in their bandages. Oh, okay, she doesn't dress herself like she's in a hospital. She just wears their bandages when she's in the hospital. Okay. I just wanted to figure out where that was again. Oh, Eldritch Crow! Thank you for following. Cloves would be cute. They could be cute. I'm not really sure where I would add them, though, because right now, this design is so pared down to the point that, like, there's two ends of where I struggle figuring out how to modify details, which is that if things are so low detail, I'm almost remiss to add more detail. Instead of the sparkles, maybe. Maybe you're right, those would make sense here instead. But when things are so pared down, I don't want to add more detail. I just want to change details that are already present, if possible. So let me grab that color. Maybe, yeah, they could be like... here instead. Does it look like a four-leaf clover? Wait, four-leaf clovers have... They go like this. Yeah, hang on. Like that. I forgot what a four-leaf clover looks like. Classic, e.g. aphantasia moment. Buttons could be clovers. That's also another potential idea. The buttons themselves could be clovers too. Oh, they're gonna be hard to redraw. I'll just do like one or two of them so we can just see what they look like. But yeah, you could have... Oh man, hang on. Wait, this looks more like a clover. Making them more exaggerated, maybe. Clovers could look like hospital crosses. That's true. If you exaggerated the shape of them a little bit more. Hang on. Let me just do this again, because I don't think I was thinking about what clovers actually look like. If we exaggerate them, usually you see hospital crosses as being very vertical, and they're very square in shape. So, like... this for a clover. And then also a hospital cross. If it was blue, it would definitely be very reminiscent of hospital crosses. There we go. That feels much more like a clover. It's way bigger than it might need to be, but yeah. 4 little hearts. Pin or pins on the shirt collar, maybe. That's not a bad idea, perhaps. I really didn't color that whole shirt in very consistently, did I? But yeah, you could have, if not turning all those little buttons into something, we could have little pins that are on the shirt collar. I promise these are 4-leaf clovers. Oh my god. Hang on. They're like stars. Trying to freehand a star is really tricky. Trying to get all the points to match up, but yeah, that could be a good area for adding one. Could restylize some of the bandages that are cross shapes like that to be reminiscent of that shape too. What are the, oh, what are they called? Butterfly bandages? The ones that are shaped like this, right? That you wear over stitches? You could have 2 of them on top of each other that are doing this too, and we could show stitches. Yeah, you can't use red crosses, unfortunately, in illustrations. Yeah, Geneva Conventions, we'll be safe. We'll be careful. We'll avoid our violations as best as we can. Maybe. Be good. Yeah, I think that right now, the fact that there's not really any visible injuries, despite there being bandages, is something that's missing for me, where if we could even just see... You do it in your line art color, but if we could just see that, like, oh, here's a stitch line running across the leg, and then we can see, like, the little place where it's, like, tied off or something. Theoretically, stitches are covered by band-aids, and I know that to be true, and I'm sure that that is why we can't see it. But even if we just had, like, little subtle things that are pushing us in the direction of thinking about there being stitches happening somewhere, then you could place the little crossed bandages over them that look like 4-leaf clovers and also look like crosses in the medical sense. Could be a good combo. Yeah. Yes. Why can't you use the red ones? Yeah, they are protected by law. By law and by also copyright, I believe, in some places too, which is a strange thing that happens also. Yeah. But, yes, as far as working with motifs goes, I do think you should add something as a motif, which is why I brought this up in the first place. Because right now, as it stands, you feel a little bit one note in just being your rabbit and angel, but these things aren't really influencing the shapes of your clothing very much. I feel like we just need another added element, perhaps. How do you copyright red plus a sign? Great question. People do it a lot. You can copyright colors. Did you know that? You can copyright colors. Or I think it's trademark, actually. You can trademark colors. There are certain Pantones that in certain industries you can't use. And it's because they are colors that are so closely associated with a certain brand that if a competitor entered the market and used the same color, it could be considered confusing to consumers. Therefore, different companies can own different colors. I can't remember what any of them are off the top of my head, but yeah, Barbie Pink is a good example. Yes, Barbie Pink. You are not allowed to use Barbie Pink in the toy industry. And there's a couple other industries too that I think Barbie has that pink copyrighted in, but yeah. Yes. Louboutin red, yes, exactly. Levi blue jeans, I don't know if they have it, but there's a couple of them. Yeah, Tiffany blue is another one. Yeah. So we gotta be careful about those things as well. With VTubing, we are mostly safe from things, but yeah. Logic the Red Cross uses is if somebody else uses a red cross, that dilutes the meaning of the red cross that the organization uses, since it's supposed to carry very easily mark neutral humanitarian parties, or supposed to very easily mark neutral humanitarian parties. Yeah, it's supposed to limit confusion. So, can't use those things. What an interesting thing to happen. Copywriting colors, copywriting shapes. There are companies that have even copyrighted certain letters in certain fonts, but I can't think of those either. So yeah, we just gotta be careful. But to bring us back to focusing, we do need just like some other motif, maybe letters. It's not the letter itself, it's a letter within a certain font. It's gotta be a little more specific. Yeah. Horizontal. Put this over here. There might be some other way of incorporating these things a little bit better than what I've done here, but just food for thought. Think about what if 4-leaf clovers as another element to use in your design. Or some other lucky symbol too. Because once again, your luck is not your own, it seems like, here in this context. Where maybe it would benefit you to have some other luck that you're borrowing from too. There we go, just that repeats all the way across, maybe. Yeah. McDonald's M, probably. Oh, yeah, that's probably one of them, I would imagine. Oh, hi, Val! Have you raided? Has it not told me? Hello, welcome in, hoot hoot. Hi. Shrewmates, if that is true, I'm gonna guess because it is hoot hoot that is the case. Shrewmates, rotate. You know the drill. Welcome in the raiders. YouTube, you should tell me if I've been raided. YouTube, you should alert us. What an interesting conversation to join in on. We're talking about how letters can be copyrighted and fonts can be copyrighted and colors can be copyrighted in association with the Red Cross. But welcome in! I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi, art educator, and today we're doing VTuber design critiques. Today I also sound a little bit different. I'm sounding fresh and new, and I'm spinning just for you. Don't know if it worked. Ah, good question. It might have worked. I can't tell, but those of you who did make it from the Plumies, welcome in! Vil, your new outfit looks sick, and I have not gotten to watch the VOD of that yet. I was away when you debuted it, but welcome in! If you guys need to do things like eating or drinking or start memeing, take care of yourselves. And what were you guys doing for stream today? How was it? What were you up to? We're looking at low contrast VTuber designs today here specifically. We're looking at a rabbit who is associated with luck and is an angel who appears to only those who can see her. Story of Seasons. Oh! I heard of that one. I think I also may or may not have seen, was it today? I might have seen you posted a TikTok about it or something of that sort on Twitter. I had a good cozy time with it though. Was it fun? I hope it was fun. Yeah? Yeah, okay. I was like, am I crazy for thinking that? I feel like half the time I know what you're doing on stream in advance because I just happened to open Twitter in advance of it. Super cozy? Yay! Hope it was a good time. I'm glad you had a good cozy time with it. Been obsessed with that game? When did it come out? I feel like it came out a little bit ago. But it's still kind of new, isn't it? I can't remember. My memory of it, that game is very tenuous, but I haven't played it. I feel like it's one I'd like, maybe, though. Like a week ago? Oh, okay, way sooner than I thought. I thought it came out like a month or two ago, but yippee! Brand new, fresh new shiny game. Yay! Well, I'm glad you're having fun with it. It's probably it sounds like a Harvest Moon adjacent, maybe, which is something that I'm a fan of. Got art tax if you'd fancy, otherwise I'll save it for next time. Vil, you're always welcome to play art tax here. I love that there's a couple of fellas who raid me kind of frequently, and they're just at the ready. They're like, EG, are you gonna ask for the art tax? You know what I'm gonna ask for the art tax. I always ask for art tax. But I love that people show up and are like, do you want it? Do you want it? Answer's yes, always yes. But I love that people are ready. Yeah, the Twitch streammates demand to see what you're working on. If you would like to. I will be at the ready if you do decide to share it with me. I'll keep an eye out that Discord notifies me of something. You know what I learned recently also is that Discord won't notify you of messages when it's in streamer mode, which actually is driving me crazy. It's driving me nuts because it's clearing my notifications for people and I'm not happy about it. That and the fact that I also have learned that if my laptop, which is in sleep mode, has Discord open, it clears notifications on everything while it is open and in sleep mode. So, oh, Discord. Oh, Discord. What can you do? But I'll keep an eye out, because I think that's where Vil tends to send me things, yeah. Oh my god, literally as I'm saying, I have messages from Vil from like a week ago that I had not seen. God, gosh, dang it. So as not to curse, I'll channel Goofy. But, oh, new art challenge. Owl dress up. Okay. You as a K-pop demon hunter. Intriguing. Here, perceive Vil's art with eyeballs. Vil, can you explain, what is your new challenge? I haven't seen the video for the new challenge yet. This is Vil as a demon hunter, perhaps. Look how neat. Or wait, not a demon hunter. You are the demon being hunted, aren't you? If I remember how that movie, which I have not seen yet, works. I've not seen it yet. But look, delicious magenta. Beautiful colors. Putting out a post soon? Oh, bet. Okay, that's why. There's no post yet. We'll keep an eye out for it, but Owl dress up if you guys need more fun little art challenges to do. If our extra credit is not enough for you, go for it. Spoilers? I don't think it's spoilers. I don't think it's spoilers. I think Vil drew this on stream, if I remember correctly, but maybe it is spoilers. I don't know, it might just be advance notice, but thank you, Vil, for sharing delectable art with us as always. Yummy colors. Oh, the colors are so yummy. I have not watched K-pop Demon Hunters yet. I was provided a way to watch it, I just have not seen it. Birthday celebration's a bit postponed this year, so
Parents,
October 11th.
How could you have not seen it yet?
Ah.
Anyways, I want Little Rock to nibble, please.
Thank you for bits, Gary, or Selma rather. I just haven't seen it yet. I haven't gotten around to it yet. I have not watched much in the way of movies. I don't watch movies very often. Joby and I just watched a Wes Anderson movie on Friday though. I'll get there. I'll get to see it. Mayhaps. Maybe. I want to watch it eventually, but yeah, I want to. Make it so even when you're in streamer mode, you still get notifications. I gotta figure out how to do that because it's driving me nuts. It's relevant to my new outfit, basically giving the community a chance to draw me in any outfit they would like. Oh, I see. Ah, now is my chance to put you in. Yeah, of course, cipher work, of course, obviously. Think of something silly I could put you in. I'll be thinking on my participation on this one. I've already dressed you up once, but that was kind of dressing you up if you were on Mushroom. I'll think about how else I can dress you up. Selma, I don't know if that qualifies as safer work, but maybe. I'm not putting Vil in my outfit. I don't think my outfit would be befitting of Vil. Chicken suit? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. We could put Vil in a chicken outfit. Chicken suit, we could put Vil in hot dog costume, we could put Vil in, yeah, there's a number of things. I'll think about it. Color me enticed, however, to just torture you through goofiness, maybe. Or we could do something serious, but I kind of want to do something goofy, maybe. But thank you for rating, I appreciate it. I gotta lock in. If you guys need things like eating and drinking and snark memeing, as I know Vil tends to do after stream, I know it is much later in the evening for you than it is for me. Please take care of yourselves. If you guys want to stick around and hang out, you're always welcome to, and you're welcome to chip in your suggestions for the designs as we are looking through them. But please prioritize looking after yourselves. Yeah, they're sending me keys. I have to lock in. Tend to have some tea? Yeah, enjoy your tea. You're welcome to stick around if you want, but yes, do make sure you get your tea and take care of your voice and all those things, and I will take some aloe beverage as I'm remembering that. Delectable. Wacky inflated arm flailing tube man? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Whoa. Yeah, see, these are all really good ideas. You should all draw Vil in these outfits and help me. All right, lock it in. No, not rip to people who voted 6. No. We'll get to all 6. Don't worry. Put Vil in a blow-up dino costume. Yeah, we could put Vil in an inflatable Among Us costume, too. Just see Vil's eyes through the little opening. Yeah. Bring it. Yeah. Well, I'll bring it. I'll bring it. I'll bring it on. Don't worry. I might be able to, I finally might have time to do things again, so we'll see. Maybe I'll participate. But, Io! Back to Io! What were we talking about? We were talking concept, I think? Hang on. For colors. We were saying that we wanted a little more color depth, I think. You're very monochromatic. And you mentioned blue as a color you wanted in the palette. So we pushed more blue and purple into the dress so that it felt a little bit less neutral. And we added a little more pink to the ends of your hair, just for added interest, mayhaps. So just a little bit more. For clarity, yeah, I already marked it down. We can see your face, which is fine. And if we look, we can see the edges. And you did make an attempt at rendering the edges of some of the items, but I do think we need more of it. Silhouette! That's what we didn't talk about. I started the other one with silhouette, which was so smart of me, and I didn't do that this time. Let's do silhouette now. So, what can we learn about you from your silhouette? Well, you're a rabbit, and you have really big hair. I do think that we might need something else in your silhouette, which having the halo, which where did I draw that? There. Having the halo and the wings will help add something more to your silhouette, which will help. But I do think we need a little bit more, mayhaps. Just use a little cyan in the dress, like accessories. Yeah, we could also say accessorizing might be nice here too, where having, yeah, loose leg bandage. Oh, yeah, hang on. That's a good idea, loosening a bandage somewhere. But I was thinking, even if you had accessories in the way of like a bag or something else. I know you're in the afterlife, so maybe it isn't practical or necessary for you to have those kinds of things with you. But it still might be nice just as a character design to have that. Did I turn on all my layers again? There we go. Brought them all back. Maybe a medicine bag. Yeah, something of that capacity where you're carrying your tools that you'll use to put the bandages on. But yeah, honestly, a leg band-aid coming off might do a lot for us here. Where if we can see, like, you know, here's the tail of... Hello? Oh, wait, that's why it got clipped to something. Hang on. Wrong layer, Kronk. Okay, try again. If you have your bandage, maybe it wouldn't come from up top. Maybe it would come from behind. Cascading off to the side, off the edge of the leg. That could be good, so that way we get a little more variety in the silhouette. There we go. Shape that up just a little bit. Similarly, I feel like one of the common places we tend to see bandages on people is on the hands and stuff, so if you had one on your hand... Oops, that's dark. Hang on. I'll rotate my pen so I can right-click. There we go. This could also be another good opportunity for having a longer piece of bandage hanging off of it. Don't go too crazy with bandages or people might start thinking you've got some sort of mummy element happening. But just little things. Wait, hang on. Wouldn't it be so interesting? I know that this might not make sense from a design front, but wouldn't it be potentially interesting if you had, like, the halo wrapped in a bandage, maybe, as if it was damaged in some capacity by whatever is happening to you with, the curse you're under? I don't know if it's a curse, but the thing that's making it so that you take damage from people to alleviate their pain and suffering, it might be interesting if we could see that that's a bandage tied around the halo as well, maybe. Or even, yeah, broken, bandaged up halo. You could have stitches or other areas where you can tell there's been damage done to the wings floating around you too to incorporate it more thoroughly throughout. Oh, hey, my spider friend, please get off my leg. Hang on. Oh man, this is not a place for you. Hang on. I'm gonna relocate you. You're loud in here. But Sorry, jumping spider visit. There we go. Spider friend, hello. Yes, I exist. Yes. Yeah. I have a couple of jumping spiders who are friends who live in my office, and they are supposed to, and they're permitted to live in here. But he did climb on me, and I'm so glad I didn't knee-jerk just kind of swat, because I'm likely to do that. I don't want to hurt him! He's allowed! How's your mouse friend? Removed. Evicted. We got them all. There's no more mice. My Looney Tunes traps worked better than anything else, and we did get rid of the mice. The ants are almost gone, too. I'm finally almost free of all the funny things living in my house with me. But, however, I did have a spider friend get caught in the crossfire, and I'm really sad about it, because the ants, we put up little ant traps for them, and they eat the stuff in it, and it kills them. And one of my spiders, I found him eating the ants dead. I didn't realize that him eating them, since they ate it and died, was gonna kill him. So I did, as soon as I found that happening, I did toss those traps, because I was like, we can't be doing that. My spiders are part of my ecosystem, and they're important. And I can't fault him for being lured into it, and I was very sad about it. But the ants are mostly under control now. I just had to do a lot of cleaning things up, and I think they did take some of those snacks back to their nest and reduce in number as a result. So it's working. Mice hate mint and eucalyptus oil. The mint did help us for the mice, but it was just little guys who had gotten in here. It's okay. Everything's been solved. But this design, incorporating more of the bandage elements throughout, especially making them touch the silhouette, would be a good schmove for silhouette, because your silhouette is also very symmetrical, which you're an angel, which we sort of assume those as being like perfect beings, almost to the point of uncanniness sometimes. So having a lot of symmetry might not be bad in that capacity, but just a little bit for interest where we can see the damage impacting you might be good to make you clearer in your design as to who you are. But it's just little things. I would say you're pretty close. Silhouette isn't bad, but we just need a couple little things that truly discern who you are. Concept and motifs, I get that you're a rabbit. Adding that halo in those wings was very important, but you said you did do them, and I see it already on your Twitter that you have done that. But I think we need a little bit more of the medical angle throughout, generally, and I think you could use another motif, perhaps. Because just having angel plus rabbit, to me, wasn't enough, but I don't know, something that is a good luck symbol distributed throughout would be good also. So I put it there. You were, however, also very cute, so you did get put on the fridge. You are on the thumbnail. And that gives us a grand score of 2, 5, 6, 7, 8 out of 10. Sounds good to me. That sounds about right. Yippee! Can we get a round of applause for Io, please? Good work! Oh my gosh, my hand clapping is not tracking at all. Hello, I have 2 hands. Why is the tracking so weird right now? I wonder what it's doing. Can mask ant pheromones with eucalyptus essential oils in a diffuser. Oh, interesting. Ladder, did you forget? Oh, I may have in fact forgotten a ladder. Hang on. Also, bye, Roy. Thank you for stopping by. Ladder gang, you did get a win, I guess, but we can still draw a ladder on top at the end. Whoops. Let's see. Man, I was trying so hard to remember it earlier. Ooh, it's also crazy seeing how things have changed. Where did I draw that also? I drew something and I didn't turn it off. There we go. Ladder. Here, okay. Wow, you're really tall with the extra height of ears, but bottom, oops. I'd put a half one here, I'd put a half one here, I'd put half ones here, one could go fully across here. The fingers, the cuff line, the waistline, the hair, collar, wee wah wee woo. Just a little spin for fun. Hang on. Ooh, draw these lines all the way across there. EG, you got this. Yep, there. And shoulders. Whoops. Shoulders and collar and chin. Whoops, a little higher for the chin. The lips get one, the eyes get one. I would say there's not really one for the top of the, or where the hair connects to the head, but then the top of the ears. Bam. Oh wait, you didn't go away. Hang on, what happened? Hang on, hang on. Hang on, hang on, wait. There we go. You want to climb this ladder? I don't think you want to climb this ladder. I tend to not think about the ladders if I'm not having a red flag show up in them where I'm concerned about it, and I just forget to look at them. But good clustering around the face area, lots of asymmetry happening throughout the body. We've got a good flow creeping up the body as well. I do agree with this nicely placed wrong gap that was right in my face. Dangerous. I would not like to climb this, and I would be fearful seeing this coming, perhaps. Yeah. Band-aid on the wing? Oh wait, a band-aid on the wing would actually be potentially very good. Like a more traditional band-aid would be kind of funny. But yeah, ladder test, you pass, which is why I wasn't thinking about it. Turn all of my edits back on here real quick. Whoops, not that though. That was part of a silhouette check. There we go. Then I can turn that back off. Yay! Good work, Io! On to number 3. Let's see. Stream is half over and we're starting the third one. we'll see how many we get through here today. One larger wing and one damaged smaller wing could be cool too. See, that's another good idea. Hang on, not to go back here, but like just to write those as notes really quickly. Hang on. One large wing, one damaged wing. There. Wah wah wee wah. Yeah. Wah wah wee wah. So, this is Ari, she, her, Ari VT, and she did not give me any further detail. Hang on, let me close these images, because I don't think I participated in my bingo for my last one. No dirt needed. However, we did have a monochromatic palette. There was a wing motif. Hair, well, the hair and the skin still had enough contrast here, so I really thought I'd get this point today, but I did not. No aquatic themes. Okay, maybe that's all the points I get for that one. Okay. On to this one. God/mythological creature. Oh, you're right, they are mythological creatures. That's true. You're so right, Amber. Thank you. Thank you. No idea? As long as there's no what? Are we okay for cleavage here? Yes, we are! This does pass Twitch's TOS! Crazy as it is. You can't have under or side breast showing on Twitch. You can have as much cleavage as you want, as long as there is no nipple. And granted, this neckline is very low and is definitely skirting the line of where we may think there is something showing, but it's not. We're not seeing anything, so this does pass. Crazy as it is. So, this is another monochromatic palette, and this is another angel type of character. And I will say, I do think that this is going to be a pretty common palette for angel-styled characters, because they are aiming for that sort of light and bright and ethereal type of palette. In some cultures, the color white is associated with purity as well, so those things do tend to go hand in hand with angels. Yeah, it does feel a little bit Chobits as well. I see what you mean, Riku. Long hair, something big happening around the ears. Yes, yeah. Yes, Riku, or not Riku, Brevity, that is the exact Twitch quote, which is that cleavage is otherwise unrestricted. So, you go, Ari, you got it. You can do as much of that as you wish. We are not testing TOS with this. This does pass TOS per what they have said. We should be fine. So, as we sort of move throughout, I am seeing, as far as motifs go, I do see a little bit of crosses for earrings, you know, religious, you're an angel. Hearts on the top here, we've got a little bit more of hearts. We have some ribbons, X's, which are sort of just modified crosses, and then really big dark boots. So, Shrewmates, I pose you this question upon first glimpse of this design. What is the focal point? What is the focal point here? I think you have an answer. I think you have an answer. I'll wait and see. I'll give a second for typing, just to see how quickly people can type or not. Riku, that's actually so funny. That's very funny. Good work there. Yeah, I would say I agree with all of you who have said boots. The boots are very focal because they are the darkest thing in the design, but the black bow on the chest and how rendered things are around them, there's so much depth and roundness in form in this area, which is not really happening throughout. Everything is much more flat. So from detail, we've got primary focal point, maybe like a secondary and a secondary. The face is really not attending the competition right now, which is frustrating. It's tough. What I think this design needs in order to be truly pastel and in order to make the face more focal, make the boots less focal, is to take a page out of the book here, where we look at this hair and say, oh yeah, that's definitely meant to be black in some capacity. Here, we've gone for just making the boots black, which we don't have to do. Let's get, oh man, how would I even do this? Making things darker is so easy. Making things lighter is so hard. try a lighten layer? What does that do? Nope, that's not the solution. Hang on, I'll reduce it, because the problem is that we're losing all the rendering and the detail using any of the layers that brighten things. So it's kind of tough. But if I go like this, I can turn it down maybe? Like that. If the contrast wasn't fully lost from having to do that, we're losing the contrast in the rendering. Us as viewers are still going to look at these elements and think that they are meant to be black. And that does help some with the focal point. Honestly, I could push this probably even a little bit further, but it's just tough to right now because I'm losing all the detail. Man, if anybody has a suggestion of a layer type that is better for this, you're welcome to let me know. Oh, I have been raided. Oh, it scrolled by so fast. Hi. Oh, Hera. Hi, Hera. Welcome in. Bark, bark. Yep. Shroomates, bark at them. What noises do mushrooms make? Do whatever noise a mushroom makes at them, maybe. While you rotate at them, of course. Bark at your screen just a little bit. Can you guys hear me right now is the question. I can welcome you in. I'm Squiiji, Freelance Fungi, or Educator. Today we are critiquing low contrast and or pastel VTuber designs, but you guys may or may not be in an ad break for 13 seconds still, so that might be unfortunate. I don't know yet where you are. But thank you for stopping in, and mods, thank you for getting the shout out. Educator was recently doing Just Chatting and also Story of Seasons. Wait! What kind of layer type are you looking for? We rated in halfway through the sentence. Oh.
Parent, will the dogs eat us? Do dogs eat mushrooms?
No, I don't think dogs eat mushrooms. I think you are safe. However, if any hogs or pigs ever raid us, we may not be safe. A little bit, that might be a little more concerning. I'm looking for a layer type that can lighten something without losing the darkest part of the contrast, where it's really easy to make elements darker when we're just doing edits to a drawing in the past or in the future after a drawing has been completed, but brightening some things is tough. Screen, yeah, screen loses all the contrast too. I think if you're all of these layer types, whoa, yeah, that adds too much saturation. Glow dodge is going to be a little bit strange because that's just going to make things really, really contrasty and saturated. It's tough. No, it's okay. No mushrooms for us. Thank you, Hera, for not eating me. Thank you for stopping in. How was your stream? What were you up to today? Were you playing Story of Seasons? We had someone else raid who was playing it. I heard it just came out recently. I'm weaponizing my knowledge that I gleamed off of Vil a little while ago. Keep our dog friends to protect us? Yeah. Talking about Vexpo, or VXpo, sorry. I keep reading that as Vexpo. How was VXpo? I was living vicariously through watching a lot of people attending it on Twitter. It seemed like a lot of people had a lot of fun with it, which I'm very happy about. I would love to go to a VTuber inspired convention someday. Man, I wish I was rich. Me too. Yeah, VXpo I think is the better way of calling it. Yeah, not Vexpo. That's my fault. Well, I keep scrubbing through layer options. Oh, flip that. That made things green. Vivid light, no. None of these are the right option. It's not, wait. It's not Vexpo, it's VXpo? Is it not Vexpo? Which one is it? I've been calling it Vexpo as well. Is my fake fan? I was told it was called VXpo because it's related to virtual activities, but that could very well be the fact that they decided to call it not that. I don't know. I was told it was called VXpo. I have no clue. So much fun. Really grateful to have something like that over on this side of the world. Yeah, it was on the West Coast? Question mark? I can't remember where it was. EG. What do you mean EG? Hi, Amber. Am I a fake fan? I don't think you're a fake fan. It's in the UK? Oh, in the UK! So I definitely was not going to be able to attend that one. That would have been a leave the country situation. But I hope it was fun! I'm glad you had a good time with it, though. Oh, highlighting it? Oh, thank you. Off-Kai Expo's in California in June. Oh, that's probably the one I was thinking about that is in the US of A. On the West Coast. But I feel like most of the big conventions that VTubers go to are West Coast USA ones. Perhaps. But yeah. Color, linear dodge, often too strong, full opacity, turn the opacity down, the effect might work. Maybe. Let's see if I do. Color dodge. Do I have color dodge? I do have color dodge. Oh god. I mean, that's not so bad. We are still maintaining some of the contrast. We're just trying to make the boots on this design that we are critiquing less contrasty right now. Just got done. Oh, Iris! Done with the 3rd round job interview. Oh, good luck! I hope you get in. I hope you get it. Thank you for the suggestion, also for layer. I think this is probably the best layer to use right now for it. It seems to be working a little bit at the current moment. Oh, Thimble Stitch, thank you for subscribing. I appreciate it. Welcome to the Shroom State. Hope you enjoy rotating with us. we do a little rotation for them. Don't know if it'll work that way. Try color HSI. I don't know what color HSI is. I'm not familiar with that one. But I think this one is okay for now, just to get the general idea, which is that we just need these elements to not be so stark and dark, maybe. Yeah. Yay, rotation! Then, on top of that, for this design, it is very monochromatic, which is not inherently a bad thing, but similar to what we were saying about Io, we can get more mileage out of a pastel design like this if we have more variety in undertone in different elements. So there is a little bit more of like a blue or purple here. This is a little bit more neutral. But if we go for color layer and push something into a blue range, that might be beneficial here too. Blue or teal maybe. Oh, thank you for hydrate. I will take sippy. These streams make my Monday. Oh, I'm so glad. They make my Monday too, honestly. Oh, Rex, thank you for gifting a sub to yelling at me also. Very kind. Can we rotate for Rex for the gifted also? If you got sniped, say thank you. Or if you got spored, say thank you also, rather. We have a hype train now. Crazy. Somehow these always happen on Mondays. I don't know how that goes as far as planning of the week goes, but happy Monday. Wasn't a snipe. Oh, sorry, pardon. If you were targeted in the attack that Rex levied against a shroomate of the community, and by attack I mean attack with kindness, make sure you say thank you. Thank you, Rex. Since color dodge is a divide operation, technically increases contrast. So to not affect contrast too much, it might be worth stacking it and screen. Oh, interesting combo maybe. I can try that maybe. Yeah, why not? Oh, Corey, thank you for gifting a sub too to Kale. Was that also a directed attack, or was that a random somebody got spored situation? But thank you, Corey. Keep rotating, shroommates, mayhaps, if you would like. Thank you. Welcome in. You are now safe from ads. You've been sheltered by the kindness of the shroommates. I like participating in the rotating. I like using my emotes. Shadow Mancer, thank you for following. Also, Random, thank you for randomly contributing kindness to the shroommates. Community is the best. Honestly, I agree with you. The shroommates are so nice and kind, and I say this very often, where I'll be like, oh, I gotta make sure, like, I remind them to be good when we're doing XYZ thing, or like, I tend to act towards the shroommates the way I see people act towards communities more at large across the internet. Because I so often somehow forget that you guys are just very nice and like normal and very well adjusted and kind and pleasant and respectful. I forget that I don't have to have fear in my heart about certain things the way that a lot of other streamers and or VTubers may have to. And I feel very grateful for that. I can talk about my partner, I can talk about many topics, and you all are always on board with me. You guys support me through all of it. And you support each other, which is honestly, on some level, just as important, if not more important to me. You guys are still kind and supportive and respectful to each other, too. Oh, Edward, thank you for gifting a sub to Revity, too. Thank you. I hope you guys aren't tired of rotating yet. Keep rotating, mayhaps. Can I get a nice, like, neck crack spin? My neck's feeling a little tight. I need a little loosening up. Can we celebrate, maybe, with a little neck rotation? Maybe? Just a little? Just a little as a treat? Hype chain level 2, let's go! Thank you. Wow! Okay, that doesn't help my neck! There we go. They did try and help me while I was flying through the air. There we go. That's better. Thank you. Ooh, there we go. Do your neck stretches, streammates. Make sure you do the neck stretch where you, like, rotate your head in a circle from time to time. It's good for you. Good for your health. It's me, 50. Thank you for following also. Yippee! There we go. Look, Rowdy can join us in rotation now, too. Yay! Thank you, fellas. Why does it show up? Is it random when it shows up in line like it did for Edward, but not when Corey did it? Or how does it work? How can I tell if somebody sniped someone on purpose or like chose them? I I feel like I knew at some point how to tell the difference, but I can't. Man, I've only been a Twitch partner for almost a year and I still don't know the difference. Yamashita! Hi, I see you're here. Thank you for being here. Sub, emote, or redeem. Yeah, the rotation is the emote, and you can redeem to have access to the emote if you have enough points for it, also, if you would like. That's how we award rotation. You can also just spin my head, also. Random gift will say gifted a sub to the community. Oh, I think. So, were you targeted? Gifted a sub to Revity. Oh, and then that's why it was separate messages when Corey sent it, because it was gifted a total of 6 to the channel, gifting 1 to my community. I see. Oh, learning. There we go. Anyways, I have to lock us back in, or it's 4:20. I'm gonna make no jokes about what time it is right now on my Safer Workroom stream. But I do think that we need more variety and color undertones, which I think is where I was going when I got distracted. So like we did for the other design, this is gonna be too strong right now. We can just add color undertones in different places. I don't even know if that's where I'd want to do it. Maybe the bottom of the hair could be a little more blue or something. Although this is adding contrast in the lower part of the design where there isn't contrast in the upper part of the design. Maybe this would help more if we put it up top and made it less intense. And then we could make it so that it gradates to being more purple at the bottom. Perhaps there's just a little bit more variety. I might retry adding some tonality to the clothing though, because the clothing right now feels a little bit flat, all being one color. But like, that's just a little more variety, right? Okay, Robin from HSR. Oh, you're saying that because of the ears, aren't you? I see. Nocturne, how dare you say those numbers? How dare you come to my house and say those numbers in my house? You can't do this to me. You're gonna fill my vision with red and cause me to combust from within, and we don't need to do that. I don't need to lose my marbles on a Monday afternoon. Thank you. For color for undertone. Let me see if I can find one that would work for just some parts of the clothing. I'm wondering, I still think teal might not be a bad idea. But I'm thinking about where I would place it. Also, I'm wondering if maybe... Hang on, multiply. Money add them, multiply. If we added something that was in the same region of dark color as the boots are in the upper part of the design, if that would be enough to make us look higher in the design without having to change the hair completely or having to change the eyes completely. Let's see if this works, because right now the clothing feels just a tad generic because there's not a lot differentiating the edges that are contained within it. Like, it is a well-designed garment, but I think it just needs a little more variety. Yeah, I think that's helping, having a little more distribution. The more that black is distributed throughout the design, the less important it will feel being in the lower parts. I will say the fact that I don't have any information about concept here is posing just maybe a little bit of a challenge as far as figuring out what we could do with the color here, because you are an angel, clearly. You have wings on your hips and on your head, and a halo. But if there was another angle, we could probably levy that to add more contrast as well, maybe. Oh! Hype chest! Yippee! Thank you guys for the hype train. What did I get? What did I get? A funny little emote? Oh, I got a cute little girl with a... What is that? She's got a little, like... What do you call that? A party thing? Confetti hype. Look how cute! Didn't even see the bows and the hips before. I didn't either, which is why I made them that color. There may be other things that could benefit from being this color too, but the problem is I'm adding them. They're all in the lower half of this design, which is not helping and making the face more focal. Where, like, I feel like this style of glove is often darker, and these sorts of, like, bib things tend to be a little bit darker too. But we need more of that darkness in the upper part of the design, I would say. Honestly, I still feel like the shoes are probably too contrasty, but I don't have the solution to that right now still either. Black color for the under the hair so the wings are more distinct and the face is more contrast. Ooh, wait, that could be interesting. Hang on. Clip that, multiply, money add, then multiply. That's my, like, brain worm of the century right now every time I use a multiply layer. But yeah, dark color under the hair. Maybe it could blend out at the edge too, where dark color in here, and then by the time we get down here, I'll use my airbrush to erase it out so it's like it's gradienting, so that the darkest part of it is up here around the face, and then it gets lighter as it gets lower, so that way it is pushing the focal point up, potentially. That's a good idea. Thank you for the suggestion. One of the earrings a big bow as well, like almost headband sized. Ah, that's also a good suggestion, perhaps, that we have another one of those dark accessories higher up. There we go. Good thinking, Shroommates. Whee. I will say, I am very appreciative of all the suggestions always when we were doing these streams, because I will say, when I am doing the multitasking of streaming and also editing a model, my brain does not come to good suggestions always all that quickly. Or at least as quickly as I could when I'm doing the private consultations. So the Shroommates, in their infinite glory of being in the hive mind, does fill in for my slight bit of distractedness. But here, let's see. So I was thinking like this amount, where it doesn't maybe go all the way down, or maybe, wait, hang on. Maybe I do take it all the way down to gradient it out. Hang on. What is that? Why is that part not selected? Hang on. And then I'll make it less intense once I can gradient it out. I know it's common for VTubers, but where are her ribs? Great question. That is just the anime art style. I, once upon a time, was thinking about making a video on the topic of anime anatomy and how it can be very tough to zero in how to do it in a way that feels both convincing but also not uncanny in some capacity. But I found that was too hard of a conversation to have, just because, like, anime, just because of the way it's stylized, can make it very hard to have the nuance that we can have in our bodies, because we're willing to accept all the variety that comes with existing as a real human, especially when it comes to things like limb length or like facial proportions. Meanwhile, in anime, because it's so stylized, people are less willing to accept that variety. Sometimes it just feels a little bit off, or a little more uncanny, because the stylization doesn't leave as much space for experimentation. But it just ended up being a hard conversation to try and figure out how to approach, because there's a lot of things that can exist real life in proportions that in anime end up feeling uncanny. So I didn't know how to begin with that one. Can the ribbons have a gradient, or will that make too much? We can try. Hang on, let's see. I was thinking about going like this for the inside of the hair. See, that's definitely pushing the focal point higher. Actually, I feel like that helps a lot. That's helping a ton. To be honest, I'm more concerned with how a lot of VTubers have long necks. My neck is really long. I will admit that freely. Because I wanted you to be able to see my skin under my, between my collar and my chin. But yeah, they do have very long necks. A lot of the time, the arms are either too long or too short, and they feel a little bit strange. The feet and hands tend to be really small. Eyes, of course, are really big, but that's fine. We just tend to accept that for the style. There's no rib cages. Shins tend to be disproportionately really long. Legs are really long for the whole body. The chest is really exaggerated in a way that's not possible, especially in width. What else is there? There's a lot of other things. Oh, collarbones are perplexing in anime if they even show up in there. There's a lot of things. We tend to accept a good amount of it, just the way that it is. Oh, see, but those changes I can't make now. In life, yeah. You're passing the chibi somehow, if that makes sense. I know, I do pass as a chibi. It's because my head's as wide as my shoulders are, so people tend to accept it, but that is the whole struggle, which is that, like, we'll accept some things in some styles, but not in other styles, so I didn't know how to approach that as a topic for something. But here, let me also add, yeah, the bow, maybe on the top of the head, like Riku had suggested. Big, big old floppy bow. Whoops, that's an airbrush. That's not what I wanted. There we go. I'll make it cleaner in a second. I'm just giving myself a shape right now. Like something like this, you mean? Like big old floppy bow. And then we can even still have the, like, way that it trails off like the one lower in the body does. Like a headband, is that what you had meant, maybe? That could be good for bringing the focal point higher to be up around the face more. Adds a little more asymmetry too. Make it even floppier. I feel like I made it too exaggerated for how this design feels otherwise, but it's not the worst. There we go. It gets funny in comics when people go for style over anatomy and just supposed to be a shirtless scene. Stuff doesn't work. Oh my god, do not get me started on comic books. Oh my gosh, what is his name? There is one illustrator that I think was for Marvel who, man, really prioritized style over anatomical sensibility, and you can do that sometimes. But when you do that in a style that is semi-realistic, like a lot of comic book styles are, it can feel so incredibly uncanny. Yeah, Rob Liefeld is one of them. That's not who I was thinking of, but Rob Liefeld is a really good example for that, yes. Hyper wide Captain America. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Long neck makes sense on your design since it's kind of chibi. Neck needs to be long to support the exaggerated head. Yeah, I gotta have a long neck so I can have a strong neck. This makes me sad that Giraffe EG doesn't work right now because we could have done that in relation. The Italian one with the Spider-Woman. Yeah, that's the one I'm trying to think of. That's what I was thinking of, I think. But I don't know who that is off the top of my head. Rob Liefeld's also the guy who loved finding random bits of scenery to hide feet behind instead of drawing them. Honestly, I hate that, like, I jokingly want to say based for doing that. I don't like feet, just as, like, a thing that exists. So I am somebody who totally does not mind taking opportunities to not have to draw feet. However, learn to draw feet, people. Don't not draw feet because it sounds like I don't like drawing feet. They're not that bad. I just dislike feet as a concept. Not because they're hard to draw, but because I just don't like them. If that makes any sense at all. The way I've drawn this doesn't make sense either, also. But Ribbon. Was the Spider-Woman artist? Milo Manara? Maybe? That sounds familiar. Potentially. That could maybe be who it was. Yeah. Wait, hang on. Also, isn't your neck supposed to look like the stem of a mushroom? A little bit. I think that is also part of why I originally made my neck longer, too, so that my hair, you could see it under my head more clearly. But, anyways, focusing us back in here, yeah, a dark bow up by the top of the head is helping for contrast. Also, I'm wondering if I add... Let me just grab, let's see, there's like a blue here. If I airbrush... Hang on, like a blue color kind of going up the design. Just a little bit. I'm doing the opposite of our dark gradient with a light gradient here. So that more of the contrast is happening up here. I think that is helping with focal point as well, pushing it in the right direction. Do still think that we need more variety in color undertone, however, so I'm thinking about where we could add more of that. The clothing for sure. I'm not sure where. And then secondarily, we have a couple little motifs that repeat throughout, but I do think that this design would benefit from having a more concrete secondary motif. You have little crosses, you've got little hearts, you have some bows. I think you need more of that kind of stuff going on throughout, maybe. Create a compare to existing characters. I'm seeing a vibe. I'm not bothered if you compare it to existing characters, but I know that other people can be sometimes. For the sake of critique, it might be okay if we're bringing that other character up as an opportunity to present something where, hey, this might be a good opportunity for modifying similar to how this one works, maybe? So I would say sure, as long as we're being polite about it and not, like, using that as a detriment of the character. Yeah, I would say that's okay. Can you darken the bottom bows? Oh yes, I could darken them again, but I still, once again, fear that... I still fear that having darkened them is just adding more around the hips that doesn't need to be dark. Let me erase this back out. There we go. So it's just the hip ones that are a little bit darker. So you can see them a little bit more clearly. I wonder if instead of tinting the clothing, I could tint the wings also for color. Let's see, let's try... tinting these wings cooler, although that makes them more similar to the hair, unfortunately. But that does put a little more variety throughout the body. The eyes. I wonder if what else we could try here might be changing the eye color. I know that it's very popular in these really light, bright, ethereal styles to go for light skin tone, light clothing, light hair, and light eyes, all of those things. However, I do really think that this might benefit from just having a little more color to the eyes. Oops, hang on, can I have another layer, please? There we go, multiply. Money and then multiply. You're stuck with me forever, I'm gonna keep saying that. Not this dark. But like that, even. Just darker blue. There might be another color we could push them to that might be also very interesting, but just something a little bit darker so we get more contrast generally on the face, perhaps. Blue color, maybe borrow that color from the gloves. Oh, we could just add a whole other color all the way throughout. Maybe a necklace style after biblically accurate angel. Yeah, I do feel like we've got a lot of big shapes here also, where we've got big shapes of shorts, big shapes for the clothing, big shapes of the skin that are exposed with a lot of detail that breaks it up. And I do wonder if we had more medium details throughout. We've got small details, little ribbon, little pieces here on the shoulders. The laces are a small detail. I would say this is a small detail. The only real medium detail I'm seeing here is these ribbons and then the bow that I added and then maybe the halo. So we could maybe use some more medium-sized details just to add a little more variety. Honestly, I still feel like this bow in the center of the chest could be bigger too. Halo, the only source of that gold color. This is the only place we have anything even remotely gold happening. But I don't see gold fitting in, especially with this color palette right now, unfortunately, maybe. Body chains, itching to add a color, but I'm biased. Go ahead, add colors. If you guys want to propose your edits, you're welcome to propose them, screenshot them, and then edit, and then stick it in the Discord server if you would like. Yeah, that ain't really gold at all. I think it's reading as gold to us, contextually, because of all the other colors around it, but I would say that it is not especially gold in and of itself. What other color might I suggest to add in here? I wonder if I could push some of the purple tones a little bit more pink too. Let's see. Color. This is gonna be way too strong. Bear with me. Hang on, like that, maybe? So where they are up around the head, they could be a little more saturated. Okay, you can't look at her anymore, you're not allowed. This would be a dull white gold. It might be. I was thinking that silver might be a better metal color for this. Okay, we're not allowed to look at her at all now. You must stand and stretch, because that's what I'm doing right now, because I'm stuck standing here like this. Stretch your arms out. Ooh, it's good for your health, do it. I promise it's good for your health, please do it. You know what we didn't do also? We didn't do a silhouette test either. That might be what I do while I try and figure out what I want to do about color, because I still feel like we need another color in this palette somewhere. But I'm going to take us back to how we had it before and just silhouette test. Ooh, there we go. Thank you for spinning me and unlocking my arms so now I can wave them around and do funny little gestures. Hi, Gary. How are you? Look at this. Look at this silhouette, Gary. What do you think? What do you think about this silhouette, Gary? Try and get the silhouette to be somewhere I'm not. There we go. Silhouette. It's mostly hair. It's mostly hair for silhouette. It's not the worst. We do have the wings, both on the top of the head and the waist, breaking the silhouette a little bit, and we do have the halo adding something, but I don't know if it's especially distinct. It's not bad, but it might need a little bit more. The halo's adding a little bit of asymmetry.
I witnessed the silhouette, parent.
Thank you, Gary. I'm glad you're witnessing it. I'm glad you're paying attention. For the silhouette to be completely symmetrical, and the design to be completely symmetrical, like we said on the last design, for an angel, an uncanny level of symmetry can sometimes be beneficial. It's not the worst. Because we do associate angels with perfection and being very prim and, you know, stable, things like that. So the symmetry may be benefiting it, but I do still think we need a little bit more happening that impacts the silhouette. So having the bow that sticks off one side of the head might be good. Have they done that? Not metal, but a rocky metallic. What's the rock that's black and silver with a bit of gold and iridescent? Black and silver with a bit of gold and iridescent. I don't know of a black and silver one. I'm thinking about Tiger's Eye, but I don't think that's the one you're talking about. I don't know which one you're talking about, but honestly, an iridescent texture still might be sort of interesting here. Hang on, wait. This might be crazy. Hang on. I think I have a gradient map that does that. Let me try something. I'm gonna try something. I'm just gonna stick it somewhere random. I'm just drawing to make a mask. Just gonna put it like on the tops of her sleeves or something. I don't know. I'm just sticking it somewhere. Oh wait, I used a layer I've already used. Hang on, stop, try again. Not your best move there, Eej. Nope, I'm creating folders. What's happening? Hang on. Let me just selection lasso the sleeves. I'm not saying this is where it should go, but just so we can test to see if this works. I have some gradient maps that are meant to make things iridescent, and I'm gonna see if they work. Because if things aren't interesting based on color or based on texture, we can, I mean, I guess it's texture. We can make them interesting based on pattern as well. Texture is where we're going. But yeah, the shapes aren't bad. We're lacking a little bit in color. Or try not to add it to the wings and halo. We could add it to the wings or halo. I just wanted to put it somewhere big so I can see it very clearly. So let me do layer, new correction layer, gradient map. It's gonna get weird for a second. Let's see, where are my iridescent ones? Is it here? Yeah! Hang on, try these. Ooh, I might have to slide them around to get, because these are so low contrast. I'm gonna have to crush this gradient map like way down in order for the effect to show up, but we can just use it as a color layer. I'm not saying to keep it like this. Do you see all the craziness showing up? Not sure I picked the right one here either, but there we go. Now it's starting to work. Hang on, we're getting there. Pull this down, pull this down. Yeah. Yeah. Hang on, that's really crazy. But something like that. See, that's adding an interesting amount of variety in the sleeves. I'm not saying the sleeves is the best place for it. Let me erase that out of the sleeves. We can put it somewhere else. I just wanted to see it go somewhere more clearly. We could put it on the wing elements, like in here, for more variety. You could put it on the halo. You could put it on parts of the shirt. This is kind of interesting. I fear that the one that I picked might just not be the best color choices for it, and I might need to hue shift them or something so that it feels a little bit better, but is this not kind of interesting? The black part of the hair. We could put it in the back part of the hair too if you wanted. I fear that there's not enough contrast to really get the full extent of it. But do you see how this is just adding a little bit of subtle variety in some areas? Oh, that's actually kind of neat. When rigged, it'd be dope. Maybe. I did make it really crazy for a second. Are they thinking of black opal? Maybe that's what Ruku was thinking of. Generic lines, hard to find examples of it. Oh, I don't know. Glad you added the head bow. I do think the head bow is a good move here. I think it is a move in the right direction. But yes, as far as color interest goes, it's very subtle, but it is adding some depth here. Do you see? Get rid of it where it's accidentally overlapping things that shouldn't be. Yeah. 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 Oh, we're being raided! Shroommates! Rotate at them! Sending kitty love? Oh, thank you. I appreciate the love from the kitty cats. Hi, Wisteria. Welcome in. I'm Squiiji, freelance artist Fungi. I'm also an educator, and today we are critiquing character designs that are kind of low in contrast. Some pastel types of fellas. We're looking at Airy right now. you guys want to participate and give us your critiques or give us your thoughts or suggestions, you're welcome to do so. Thank you for getting the shout out, mods. Also, how was your stream? I see recently you were working on art and an arcade full of cats. What were you up to? Was it Kitty Love because it was the arcade full of cats, maybe? To make a prediction, mayhaps. I hope you had a good stream, though. There we go. Rotation is done. You can spin my head, Z Milky Way. If you do the channel point redeems, you can use one that is called Rotate to spin my head, I believe. Yeah. Yes, you can also rotate. If you have other emotes that spin, you can do that as well. We accept any kind of rotation here as a way to welcome in our guests, if you would like. Thank you for welcoming them, Shroommates. Yeah, see? We've got some sheep, we've got some other things, some little raccoons rolling, yeah. Kitty love, because cats are bestest. Fair, we do like cats. Made some emotes. Ooh, hey, Shroommates. Did you hear that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that? They made emotes? Mysteria, would you perhaps like to share them with us? We participate in the art tax around here. If you'd like to share what you're working on with us, we'd love to see. We'd love to snoop. I'm a little bit nosy. I love seeing what people work on stream, and then it gives everyone a nice little intro to you, if you would like. The Shroommates are making the demands also. You don't have to, of course. If you do not want to, you do not have to. But we love to just take a little sneak peek of things, if you want to. If you're interested, you can send us a link to whatever it is you were working on. We would love to perceive, but do not let me pressure you into it. I get that I am a little bit intimidating maybe when I zoom myself into the screen and fill up my entire chat with people demanding taxes. It might be a little bit intimidating, maybe. So I'm sorry if I'm being that way. Art tax? Yeah, art tax! Art tax is something we offer to people who raid in, where if they would like to, they can share with us what they were working on stream. Paying the tax, I guess. I feel like there's a better thing to call it other than tax, but you appear on the Squiiji stream, you show us what you work on. Maybe, if you want to. Out of context, the emote looks like we're from the IRS. Man, we reference the IRS and also OSHA surprisingly quickly. Oh, okay, shake Moobot now if you would like, because the links did get nuked. Moobot is a Discord link. You're allowed to have those. We permit those around these parts. Don't worry, I still got them. I can open them, but Moobot, come on. Oh wait, this is so cute. Hang on. I'll show them. There's pet tax and we have art tax. Yeah, similar concepts. There we go. Oh, look at them! Is this you getting your little face squished? Look at this cute little drawing!
Wiggly McGiggles and McGiggly, I am in pursuit of hibernation. Shroom parent dot I feel my power growing e.
What, Gary? Wiggly McGiggles on McGiggly? Good luck in your good luck in your hibernation, I guess, Gary. I guess you do need a snorkeling me, maybe. Another VTuber I'm friends with? Yeah, he commissioned me. Whoa, interesting. It's very cute. Let me get the other one. Here, hang on. Little cat fella, which I guess is part of the reason also why you were saying cats are the bestest. Little celebratory cat fella. Look how cute with a little party popper. Yippee! Shroommates, can you say thank you for the yummy, delicious, delectable, yum art that we've been allowed to perceive here? Thank you for sharing with us! If you, Wisteria, or your fellows need to do things like eating or drinking or snorkeling and eating, you are welcome to do so. If you want to stick around and hang out, you're also welcome to do that, but please prioritize looking after yourselves. Yeah. Thank you for feeding the Shroommates. I promise they don't bite, they only eat the art. They don't bite actual people, I don't think. Maybe a couple of them do. Only a couple of them bite, I think. But they're all vaccinated, so you shouldn't get any funny diseases from them, at least. Oh, thank you for the bits, Jordan. I appreciate it. Also, Chirps, thank you for following. Yippee! Hang on, I gotta keep us moving, because it's almost 5 o'clock, and we've only been through 3, which is, I need to keep it. Time! Lock in! Keys! Dispense with the keys, Shroommates. I think we've talked about this one. We've gone over all the things that I feel like there were to say here. I'm not sure we solved everything, but For color, we're yearning for a little more variety, mayhaps if possible. For silhouette, we need a little more asymmetry, a little more things maybe breaking the edge of the model, like the bow on the top of the head. But for being an angel, the fact that you're very symmetrical is kind of acceptable. For complexity versus clarity, I fear that you need more small details. But I don't know what your secondary motif is if you have one, and if you don't have one, I would suggest that you add one, because then you can use that to add more medium-sized details, like accessories and layers. All of those things might be good to have, so I think we need a little more. For focal point, hang on, wait, this was supposed to go here. For focal point, I fear that it is your shoes, so we were trying to find ways to push more contrast to the upper part of your design. And then concept and motifs, I don't really have any trouble determining that your hair or that you're an angel. Whoa. Jordan, thank you for all the bits. I appreciate it. The like triple cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Thank you. Can we rotate for Jordan, please? There we go. I see you guys already rotating. Thank you. Appreciate it. Oh, where was I? Oh, concept. I can see the angel angle. I'm not sure if you have another angle to your design. If you don't, you should add one. But I can't tell if you do have one, which is why I'm thinking that you need one. But you are very cute also. I thought the design was very endearing, so I do give you a bonus point for being put on the fridge for that purpose. What do we have here? 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 out of 10? Sounds about right to me. You just need a contrast push more than anything else. So while we are rotating, also for Jordan, we can also give a round of applause for every. I was gonna keep doing it, but didn't want to bug. Honestly, I'm not bugged by a lot of redeem sounds. It does not bug me. It might get excessive if we do too many of them, but yeah, you're okay to do triple little cha-ching, cha-ching, cha-ching. Good work, Gary! I gotta keep us moving on to the next guy here. So this is 3. We've done 3. That's not terrible. Let's see if we can do in the next. Oh man, we really spent 50 minutes on that one. Whoops. Watch chat spam the ooeg eg. You can. I'm giving you permission. I'm somebody who doesn't mind emote spam.
Brain, hello. Gary here.
Hi, Gary.
Yeah. Yeah, with the extra concrete. Wait, make it extra concrete. Shh, I think they are listening in. Yup, yeah. Just don't say it's from them. You know the chew. Hello? Ha, the phone died. Weird. Oh, hi, parent. You didn't hear them, right?
Gary, who called you? Who are you talking to? Or is this part of your CEO nonsense that you can't tell us about because of your NDAs? Gary, who are you taking calls from while I'm on stream? Your phone should be on Do Not Disturb. Whoa. Your phone should be on Do Not Disturb, Gary, while we were on stream. Come on. Stream etiquette and all that. Also, who are you ordering concrete from? Be careful. Make sure you're not giving your credit card numbers to people who you don't trust, okay, son? Be safe with it. But also, Selma, thank you for the 50 bits. Oh, wait. Guess what? I can whisper now. ASMR EG is real. My new mic setup lets me whisper. Isn't this strange? If I whispered before, it would get cut off. How cool isn't this? I don't like doing this, though. It's kind of weird. It's hard on me. Yeah, Gary, make sure if you're using your credit card, make sure you use it on sites you trust only. So quiet yet still audible, right? The power of an effective condenser. It is great, isn't it? It's lovely. Anyways, I gotta lock in and keep us moving. Alright, concrete slab is only $2. I thought concrete was a currency at this point. We determined that on Friday. Figure out how much that's worth. But, anyways, locking in. Yeah, everybody say thank you, Zeffy, but also Clementine, she, her. Clem, wee wee. Somewhat of a dear girl medieval fantasy style. Oh wait, I've not been doing my bingo. The last one. Did not have a hoge. I definitely said fear not. If I did not say fear not while we were looking at an angel, that'd be crazy. The hair, not skin color, I didn't complain about. Still somehow, once again. Wow, I almost got bingo on our first design, and I have not gotten any closer to bingo since. Rip. We'll see if I can get bingo. Concrete's free, it's lying around outside. I mean, it's free, but I don't know if the state and government and other organizations would want you to take it, mayhaps. Dear girl? Hi, Ravity. Yeah, dear girl mayhaps. Can you double stamp in bingo? What do you mean double stamp? Oh, like if more than one design has it? Sure. You can double stamp if you want. I wasn't paying attention to double stamping, but you could. For sure. So, Clementine. First things first, color palette. Lovely. Lovely. Green plus orange plus like a little bit of blue undertones. You've got a good variety of undertone. So that is a-okay. If you've got these like brown colors in here, nice. I do think, however, you are not getting as much mileage out of your color palette as you could be because you are the first one I get to say this about. You don't have enough contrast between your skin and your hair color, unfortunately. The fact that they are both living within that realm of that sort of peachy undertone is not allowing your hair to really shine the way that it could if it had more contrast. So, I think that needs more contrast. We'll add that in a second. Your eyes being a really bright green that's more saturated than anything else, however, is really making me look to them. But the fact that there is also green that is in larger amounts, even though it is less saturated, in the skirt, or the shorts, in the one side of your sleeve, and in the hat, does take away from them just a little bit. Oh yeah, face completely disappearing on mobile. Yeah, mayhaps, yes. The hues here are beautiful and lovely. I'm a big fan of the hues. However, value is where we're having some trouble. Darker line art, yes, generally may benefit this entire design. Let me just see if I can just do a little multiply on top of the line art. The line art's all colored, so it might be hard for me to darken it. Let's see. Multiply. Money add, then multiply. Where it can still feel pastel, but that might just give us a little better clarity. Your line art is thick enough also. Usually I don't consider just darkening line art to be enough for clarity, but your line art's pretty thick, so you might be okay with that. Potentially, let's see. You've got a lot of good, subtle asymmetry in this design as well. Some of it's not as subtle, but for the parts that are subtle, it is working nicely. Let's see, for bottom edge of the face. I'm only gonna do this for like one area. If I relined the entire thing darker, that'd take forever. But just so we can see, proof of concept. Oh, that is helping the face a decent bit. I do think, because one of the things I don't like to change is, well, actually, never mind. It's something I don't like to change. I was gonna say, we could make the bottom edge of the bangs brighter, because this is relatively darker than this is as is. We could push the hair darker in general to make the face more contrasty too. Let me just do like normal multiply. I'm not gonna make it this dark. This is just so I can see it right now. Oh, it's gonna mess up my multiply on the line art, but that's okay. We'll go back. We'll fix. Ears are open. Hear me out, freckles. Oh, see, freckles might be very cute also. Just as like a cute little detail to add a little bit more of the deer angle. Because I will say, one of the struggles with being a deer when you don't have antlers is that your tail is not visible from the front, and the deer ear shape could be very easily confused for a lot of other animals. So, having freckles may be good in order to clarify the fact that you're a deer. We do tend to associate that spotting with fawns. Sometimes I'm really intent about making sure that I'm being very clean about the way I'm coloring things in, and other times I'm not. Whoa, actually, that's doing a lot. That is doing a lot already to bring me in to look at the face. It's adding a lot more clarity, potentially. Maybe the ears could use just a little bit of it as well, along like an edge. Yeah, so then it feels like we're looking at the inside of the ears too. Bam. Lovely. Fawn-like print on the clothing somewhere, the hair. Maybe. That could also be a good option, yes. I'm going to borrow my multiply layer here just to add freckles really quick too. Oh wait, hang on. I turned off the wrong one. No, wait, this is the right one. Hang on. Turn this off. Grab me this color. Turn these back on. Just a couple of freckles. For fun. We tend to associate with that. There we go. Fawn-like print on the clothing or the hair. Fawn-like print is just white spots somewhere that's dark otherwise, right? I wonder if we could stylize the hair highlights to feel like spots, because those spots are on, what do you call it, like the flank of the deer? Is that what that part of the body is called? Like the part of the thigh where it overlaps with the body? Right? I don't know if I know my deer parts. Yeah, the flank, okay. I don't know if I know my body parts for other animals, but I do wonder, yeah, maybe if we could have something that's in one of these brighter colors that is stylized like, sorry, I just got distracted by weird noises coming from outside my room. You could have scattered spots on the sides of the hair. Hang on. To be reminiscent of the spots that deer have. I'm not sure how well those are going to work to feel like. Let me just Google what a deer looks like. Let me look at a fawn. Oh, wait, they're all along the entire side of the body, actually. Ooh, okay. Just so you guys can see. They line the whole side of the body, and it seems like they're concentrated almost into lines. Do you see that? And then this, which is interesting. I'm looking at this deer now also. Dark eyes, dark around the mouth, and then also really light inside the ears, but still very dark on the top of the back. I'm just like taking general notes before I go back and look here. Lighter blonde eyeshadow. Yeah, maybe, perhaps. I'm wondering, one of the things that I tend to see, have you ever seen when girlies dress up as deer for Halloween or something? Really all they have to do to make it clear that they are a deer is they end up darkening the area around like their nose, I think. Let me look this up. Doe makeup. Yeah. Oh, wait, hang on. Oh. Huh. The deer nose. Yeah, I'm just like looking at a couple of these. But they seem to sort of consistently darken the bottom of their nose to be that sort of deer type of nose shape. And then they seem to be pretty consistently darkening just their upper lip, which is interesting. And I wonder if like just a little bit of darker upper lip could work. Deer is generally face forward and up-ish, shaped in a bottle, shaped more than a tapered shape. Generally a VTuber tendencies for VTubers to make the ears droop. Talk about the shy lily effect. Yeah, a lot of designs do have ears from any kind of animal placed lower on the head in a way that's supposed to be a little bit more cutesy or feels less alert, maybe more calm. So I do think that that is what is happening there in this capacity, but yeah. Deer ears are very similar to horse ears in the fact that, yeah, they are a little bit more tapered at the base. They're not really the same width all the way up, but I feel like this is also a design choice being made for the fact of wearing a hat. So, let's see. I might steal this color that is on the face just to try. I know that VTubers tend to be a little bit hesitant about some things like this because they fear that it might be a little bit too anthropomorphic. But a wider deer-like nose. Honestly, that's doing a lot for me already. As far as being able to tell that this is a deer-like character. I'm wondering if also, if I were to consolidate this to make the face or the nose feel a little bit more narrow, if that also helped. I think that also helps, where we associate deer noses with being flatter, potentially. Immediately recognizable even from a distance, indeed. Yeah, sometimes subtle little things like that are all we need. I'm wondering also about the thicker upper lip, maybe. I'm not sure why people do that for their costumes. Do deer... Deer have white lower lips, I guess. Deer have white lips, though. Oh, wait, never mind, I see why. Hang on. The reason why they're doing it is because... Look at this. They do have white around their lips, but I think it's because of this patch here that I'm seeing on a lot of fawns also, where their lower lip tends to be lighter in color than their upper lip is. Yeah, deer look like that. I've never really looked that closely at what a deer's mouth looks like. You know, they say never look a gift horse in the mouth. Never look a gift deer in the mouth either, potentially, if you value your health. But I'm wondering if something of the capacity of a darker upper lip could also be nice here for getting across that you're a deer. Yeah, that seems pretty recognizable from a distance now. I'm trying to not go overboard with where I'm adding contrast because I do want to preserve how pastel it is. But it seems like that's working a little bit more to convey the animal. Oh dear, isn't it adorable? It is adorable! So, on top of that, generally throughout the rest of the body, I do still think we need more contrast. So I'm just gonna slap some multiply layer in here. Is that a new layer? No. Whoa, look how much more detail that's adding to the face too. Just having changed a couple of things. But, multiply, 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 there we go. I'm just picking a color. All of your shadows are only shadows in the fact that they are more saturated. Which somebody did mention earlier as being a strategy for doing shading on pastel designs, which is fine. I just fear it's not working as well as it could be here. Which you can pick better colors than I have picked here to be like the multiply layer I'm shading with. But I do just think like, ooh, yeah, look at that. Big drop shadow. Ooh, yeah, more drop shadow. More drop shadow. More drop shadow. Just more drop shadows kind of everywhere, more or less. And you get a drop shadow. And you get a drop shadow. And we get a drop shadow here. And we get a drop shadow here from the hair maybe even. We get a drop shadow under there. But as I back up, let me turn just a little bit. Do you see how we're defining the edges of different parts of the body a little bit better now? Yeah. I got bitten by a deer once. Oh, joking. Okay. Thank you for specifying with your tone indicator that you are joking and are kidding. I was really concerned and was gonna have a lot of questions for you. But I've heard that that's something that happens at those, what do you call them? The places where people can go where they take photos with deer? They have them in Japan, but I don't know what the name for that experience is. It's not like a petting zoo, but I guess kind of. Be careful. Wild animals are still wild animals, even if they are in something that seems like a petting zoo. Wait, I think it's that the inside of a horse's mouth isn't that pretty, but since it's a free horse, it's like finding fault with something that's been received as a gift. I thought it was because the horse doesn't know you very well. That phrase, if you guys are talking about what don't look a gift horse in the mouth means, I took that as being not that the horse's mouth isn't very pretty on the inside, but rather that the horse doesn't know you, so he's not going to be as likely to be chill about you just opening his mouth. Like he might kick you or something. Is that not the way that that phrase is meant to be interpreted? That could very well not be the way it's meant to be. Got hit by a goat once. Or got bit? Yeah, I would imagine. Chomp, easier to get bit? No, it's because teeth can tell you about a horse's health and such. Oh, interesting. People would inspect their teeth to check their health and age, saying as don't try to assess the value of a gift presented to you as if it were a purchase you're making. Oh, interesting. I didn't know that. Noted. It's funny how so many of those like English language phrases that are like sayings that we repeat a lot, we just don't know the origin of. And by we, I mean I mostly. Implied to be old and worn down. Ha! Intriguing. The more you know. Wasn't thinking don't bite the hand that feeds you. That's a different one. Yeah, that is a different quote. Do not, wait. Tell the gift horse that I bought not to bite the hand that feeds it, or else I will try and lead it to water. I'm trying to combine a lot of horse phrases right now. Is it working? I didn't want to do the other horse phrase. Wait, there's the so hungry I could eat one. There's a lot of horse phrases we can combine to make a horrible amalgamation of horse phrase. Tefendra, thank you for following. Nay, that's also true. Yeah, Malifors. Yeah. I'll burn that bridge when I get to it. So, back to this design. Oh dear me, we need just more contrast. And I'm just adding it sort of randomly right now with one color. but you could probably make more informed color decisions if you spend more time on it than I have made just here really quickly. More contrast. Yeah! Let me... Whoops, hang on. Start grading at least here. Bam. Bam, bam. Yeah. Color palette. We love your color choices, but I do still think I need to take a little bit off for them. For clarity, you need more in the multiply area. For concept, all we needed was some little things. Oh, Saribot, did you get somebody who you were supposed to get? Amber, can you look at the action that Saribot has just taken to see if that was a necessary action? Saribot, were you acting without permission? I've never seen Saribot actually do something. Yep, was good. Oh, okay, thank you, Saribot. Very kind. Yippee! Thank you for checking, Amber. Concept! We just needed you to push just a little bit. Saribot bonked somebody for spam, and I think it was spam. So, good work, Saribot. Thank you. Saribot seems to be more in line than Moobot is. More helpful. Moobot tends to be a little overzealous. I don't think I've ever seen Moobot get rid of something that it was supposed to get rid of, which is kind of funny. Focal points. Ah, okay, so in our modifications, whoops, deletes you. What's your focal point now? Ha! Gets rid of you. Can't have a focal point if you don't have a body. The focal point for me, without any of those edits, is the upper thigh. Sorry to eat you into the void there. The thigh is the focal point without the edits. The eyes do make a fighting attempt by being so saturated, but the hair with the skin tone are so low contrast, and the eyes being the same bright green as other elements of the clothing are, isn't enough. By increasing the contrast of the hair, we're making the face much more focal, because this orange, then by result, is much more intense than the orange of the leg, where it appears elsewhere. The void cannot be a focal point by definition of the void. So for focal points, it's not the face, but there's the correction for it doesn't take a lot to make work. For silhouette, we have not talked anything about silhouette yet, because I think this is the last thing to talk about here. Oh, excuse me. I hope you couldn't hear me burp just now. That was unusual. Pardon me. Excuse me. Unavoidable if it was. Ah ha 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 ha. I see what you mean. What does Moobot do? Moobot is supposed to also deal with spam and deal with people posting words they shouldn't be saying and stuff like that. Also people saying, yeah, just like bad words and stuff. Usually Moobot's nuking people for sending links. Which it should be doing. I don't want links that are not the acceptable kind of link, and it has gotten people for that before. But yeah. What did Moobot do? Oh, Moobot just sends people to the void and bonks people for sending things they're allowed to send, unfortunately. But other angles of concept here. We made the deer angle clearer. This is medieval-inspired fashion that I don't have any trouble determining to be such. It is really asymmetrical to a degree that I feel like makes it like kind of silly for how serious it feels in its shape. There's not a lot of exaggeration happening in the shape throughout here. This level of asymmetry is making me think about jesters, which maybe Yam has just given me the clown bug, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on how you think about it. But it is just odd. Yeah, it feels asymmetrical for asymmetry's sake, kind of. And I feel like some of it's just like too much for me. If even only all that we could see is just the fact that, hang on, move this down below the multiply layer. Just that this is maybe like a higher boot on one side than it is on the other, and we get the same color of sock on both sides of the body. That helps. This patterning might also be what's pushing me to thinking about jesters. This repeating diamond does? Yeah. No visual weight in the silhouette. We're gonna get there also, but yes. It's a bit chaotic. It's just a bit too much chaos, I feel like. And a lot of the stuff that's happening on one side of the body doesn't have a lot of harmony because it isn't repeating somewhere else. So one of the things I'm thinking about here is if it were to be shown that maybe you are still wearing this jacket, it's just over your shoulder, you're not wearing it through your arm, but then we can see like the collar is open, and then we can see just like a little bit of it coming across here. That will add a little bit of continuity, where right now it's a little bit confusing and lacking, and I'm not sure that it makes sense right now. Where is this going behind the body would be my current question, but now, if it's at least draped over the shoulder a little bit, and then we have like one of the darker colors of it that we can see for like, you know, where it transitions to be on the inside, that would probably help a good bit. Hang on, I was gonna interpret. There. Put that in there. This is too low right now, I think, though. But then we can have this corner sort of like off that side. That'll feel more like the clothing is being worn. Raise his hand. What is a low contrast design? A low contrast design is a design where there is a not a lot of difference between the darkest and lightest value. You know what's so funny? None of these designs did we ever put a contrast layer over so you guys could see it, or pull the saturation. Hang on, watch. I'll slurp up all the saturation here. There we go. Yeah. All very close in value, which is usually something we critique about designs, but it is something that can work on a design. There's just certain things you have to keep in mind when you're working that way. So we found ways to make it work for all the fellows we looked at today so far, and some of them had it working more or less kind of okay the way that it was. This one even, the contrast coming out of the color is so well handled, which is why we just need a little more of the contrast from the multiply layer to really, really make it sing the way that it should. I'm glad you enjoyed my slurp. Yeah, so making sense of the clothing is going to be important here, at least for me. Oh yeah, we'd also probably be able to see this, like the sleeve hanging down. Where is this layer? Yeah, have the sleeve hanging down like behind the body here. There we go. And then like you can see that it's rolled up or something. But then that's also adding little things to our silhouette in an interesting manner. We're playing around with things a little bit more. Then the boots don't feel a little bit as strange, but honestly, I still feel like you could put this boot on both sides of the body and then just have the tall sock on one side. This is unusual. I usually am not saying to reduce asymmetry, but it just felt a little bit too goofy here. Where, like this, I feel like there is an acceptable amount of asymmetry that doesn't feel like it's been put there just for the sake of having it. Do you know what I mean? Having the one big braid on one side is a nice natural point of asymmetry. Having the coat being worn on one shoulder, good natural asymmetry. Sometimes people do wear asymmetrical socks. We've accepted that. VTubers especially like to do that. Duel this person, really jester deer aloud. Uh-oh, the jester deers are fighting! Help! The jester deer are fighting! But the little things we're changing here are potentially also still helping the silhouette by adding a little more off this side of the arm. Something that someone else had mentioned as far as talking about silhouette goes, because we're talking about asymmetry, is that there's not a lot of weight in this silhouette as is either. Despite the fact that there's really big exaggerated ears, there's not really one big point where if I were to draw the overall shapes of the design, if I just sort of draw over to show us, yeah, we have sort of a little bit of triangle shape in the head coming out to here, but honestly, the arm pose is the only thing that's making it arc out from there. The body is really narrow all the way down, where it doesn't have to be. Like, there is still variety in this silhouette in the sense of, you know, contrast. Out, in, out, out, in, narrow. So it's not like this is a weak silhouette completely as a result of that, but I do think we could still use a little more exaggeration. You've got this big sleeve here already. Why not make it bigger? Make it even bigger. If you're gonna have this on one side. And then similarly, if you're gonna have like these little places where the clothing is folded, why not make them bigger even? And then by exaggerating some elements like that, it'll make the asymmetry feel a little bit less out of place maybe. I was also adding the jacket off one shoulder as potentially a way to add more weight to one side maybe, or try and emphasize the upper body a little bit more. But see, we're filling that space on this side a little more, so we are accepting that as weight. Also, my other thought in that department was, what if pumpkin shorts? That's such a medieval style of pant that the exaggeration of can be really fun. This might also unfortunately push us in the direction of feeling jestery. But for silhouette, they're so fun! Bigger is better, a little bit is never enough. No, no, no. What song is this? What song is that? I feel like I'm familiar with that song, but I don't actually know what it is off the top of my head. Other than Nurse, Bunny, Angel, the rest only has 1 or 2 concepts today. That's true. This one, by having a concrete, like, aesthetic style or fashion style that they've declared to us, does help me a little bit more in guiding the critiques. But yeah, maybe another motif would be good to make the clothing feel more specific. Maybe. I Want It All? Is that what it's called? What is this song? Oh dear, this joke worked better in my head. That's okay. Don't worry. So, without those edits I've just made to the silhouette, where is that? I should still show you what the silhouette is. I should still show you and also draw a ladder. Whoa, hang on. Kind of hard to see right now. I have all of this turned on. Go away. There we go. Silhouette! Not super distinct. I will say the ears and the asymmetrical braid are good. Those are working in the right direction. But I do think that some of the changes that we had made with continuing the collar off one side of the body, making this come over to the other side too, making the sleeve wider, those are going to help us make that silhouette just a little bit stronger. Let me turn that back off. Whoops, I should leave these turned off because I still need to do a ladder test. Where's the other one? There we go. Ladder test. Let's see, I'm gonna do it in bright purple this time for the viewing enjoyment of your poor little eyeballs. I only use evil colors. There we go. Whee! Whap! Let's see, I put one like here and here and here and there and here and there and here. Oh, wait, hang on. These are sort of sitting on the same line. There we go. All of that is on one line, more or less. These are on slightly different lines, although this is... Oh, wait, hang on. This is on the same line as that is. This is on its own line. Hang on, this is really challenging to try and draw the lines for. This might be why I was saying that the asymmetry feels a little bit too much. Do we see just how many broken lines there are throughout the torso? It's maybe a little bit distracting. Oops, hang on. Top of the head. Come on. Top of the head, top of the hat. There we go. This is a dangerous ladder, but it might just be a little bit too chaotic of a ladder. We need variety. And if the variety is the fact that it doesn't count as variety if everything is different, right? It's not variety if everything is asymmetrical. Then the moments of symmetry are what become important to us. So I think we just need a little more middle ground. Yeah, thank you for pitching your ladders at me. I appreciate it. My donations are always open for ladders, specifically. Good clustering around the head, though. I'll give you that. Bring you back in here. Teleport you back in out of the void. I'm so sorry that we keep sending you to the void, though. I have to do what this roommate's asking me sometimes. This is helping for silhouette. The asymmetry feels a little bit less... force a little bit. Not a ladder, 2 halves of a ladder. Kind of, yeah. They did attach 2 halves of a ladder together using tape and rubber bands, maybe around the face. Yes. So, what else is there? What have I not talked about here? Let me, clear this. Wait. No, don't clear that. That was for this design. Silhouette. It's not bad, but it does need more exaggeration, I would say, and it does just need things that are adding more to it. The asymmetry feels a little bit shoot in right now, where we could make it feel a little bit more natural, potentially, also. So there we go. Hi! I can't read the font that your name is in, but hello. Thank you for being here. Need to eat? Enjoy your snork, memes! Z Milky Way! Thank you for stopping by. Thank you for being here. Let's see. I think that's a final grade. Do we have anything else here? I feel like there could be some angle for another motif added in, which might be nice. But off the top of my head, I can't think of one. The clothing has nice specificity to it, though, with the way things are cut, start and end of objects, a little bit of subtle patterning throughout it. So I'm willing to accept it more or less the way that it is. 1, 2, 3. 4, 5, 6 out of 10. This is one of those ones where truly, I feel like this design is so close to being really strong, but it is all like the small things. All the small things that are adding up to pull the score down a little bit. But this is still a passing grade for sure. Ooh, hang on, I frozen. Still a passing grade for sure. It's just all those little things. It's just a combination of small parts to really push this the extra mile that it needs. But Clementine, good work! Round of applause for Clementine, please. It's runes. I'm Eleonora. Hello, hi Eleanor. It is runes. Without my glasses on, it is. All of them are kind of merging into each other though for your name. Go for Clementine! Let me keep us moving in the hopes that we can get through, what, 5 designs in one stream? That seems to be my current average. Aaron Chicken is next, which I don't know if this is truly a low contrast design, but it is a mostly white design. This might be more of a low contrast design, so I might actually move this one forward. This, I don't know if really actually counts as low contrast. This just feels like all more white things in it. Don't worry, I'm doing all white today. Every little thing's gonna be all white. Clap for my fellow deer. Yeah! Round of applause for your fellow deer. Nocturne, you can clap. Chicken? Yeah, there was a chicken. We might go there after. I think you mean 6. You think I can get through 2 designs in 40 minutes? You know, it's not impossible, but we'll see. Anything's possible, Popsicle. Going with the song? Thanks. I'm in a singing mood today. We're gonna go with Blanche first here, because I think Blanche is more truly a low contrast design. This is Blanche, she, they, Blanche VT. She's a snowman. I don't really know what color to make her hair and eyes. I've been switching the colors constantly, so advice on that would be cool. So, first thing, right out of the gate, before we even get to the contrast, there's a couple edits that I would like to make here, just for the sake of exaggeration, where you're a snowman. I see that your little things in the center of your body are probably referencing the stones that are put on the center part of a snowman. It seems like you are sort of halfway between being super exaggerated and very pared down, and I would push you in the direction of exaggeration perhaps, where making those stones bigger and more irregular will help them read from a distance and then also feel more snowman-y. Then for the tiers of your clothing, I appreciate the way that you're thinking about design and layering. But we can make these more exaggerated, and you could even make this like fluffier to feel like it is both snow and something that's being worn as a fabric, which we tend to associate with cold feeling places anyway, as having just a little bit of something fluffy throughout. Whoops, hang on. There we go. I'm just exaggerating things more. Same deal with the skirt then even too, where we could just pull it out a little bit more. The ends of your sleeves could be even chunkier. Wow. There we go. I'm losing all of your nice little textures, but just bear with me. Bears like the snow, don't they? There we go. Just doing a little bit more exaggeration for emphasis. And then same deal with your hair. Your hair right now, very interestingly, feels like a very particular kind of, like frozen water. And I don't know how to describe this. Have you guys ever seen when moving water freezes and it gets this really round quality to the end of it? The hair rendering is very neat. It is interesting. But I feel like we could use more exaggeration in it being that way. I'm trying to figure out how to describe what that kind of ice is. Do you know the kind of ice I'm talking about? I used to see it all the time back when I lived in the frozen tundra that I lived in prior to living here. But I don't know what it's called. But if we just add a little more width in there, it'll make the hair shape feel a little bit more natural. Because right now the hair feels a little bit like it's just missing something. Just a little bit. I'm just gonna copy and paste this to the other side. There we go. I saw somebody say missed opportunity for a bubble skirt. Hang on, you are so right. You're so right. Bubble skirt for being a snowman. I wonder, hang on, total rework of this area. I'm just gonna cover everything over in white right now. I'll bring that gray division band back in. Hang on, but like higher in the waist. There. Hang on. Put this up. No. This. I want this color. Thank you. There we go. Try again. There we go. Move this higher in the waist, and we can have that, like, ruffled part of the skirt. But then, yeah, you could have a bubble skirt down here. I'm sorry, I'm leaning further away from my microphone accidentally. I don't know why I'm doing that. I'm sitting in my chair like this for no reason. And I think it's because my microphone is partially in my eyes. There we go. And then you can have like this texture still sort of moving throughout here, which is sort of like a snow-like lacy pattern. But a bubble skirt for the fact that you are a snowman could be incredibly cute. I'm gonna need to increase contrast and things a bit more again after I do this though. There we go. Just put an outline on there for now so we can see where it's overlapping the sleeves. But honestly, maybe the ends of the sleeves get even bigger as a result of that. I'm just reshaping stuff right now, making noises. Frozen waterfall? Oh, yeah! Yeah, is that what you call it? Frazzle ice? Is that what it's called? Where it's just like very rounded in nature. That could be what it's called. I've never heard it referred to by a particular word. But I do appreciate the attention to detail in referencing a real-life ice phenomenon in the hair. I'm wondering if icicles might be another good thing to work into this design somewhere. I'm just gonna steal this and use this as a line color real quick for things before we have more clarity coming in from other things. Wow, I didn't draw that symmetrically at all, but that's okay. That's all right. There we go, we get the idea. And it seemed like you did a bit of trim there or something. But yeah, reproportioning the clothing around the center of the body does make it feel a little bit more specific, but do you see how fun that is with the bubble skirt now? Bam. Honestly, I still feel like you could even go rounder with the beanie too, where you could make it feel like, oh, what are they called? There's a, oh, is it a Russian style of hat? I don't know what it's called, but there's a style of hat that is really like round at the top. Like that, even. Is that said Brazil, like Brazil, or frazzle? Those ice slush rivers from what Google image shows. Interesting. How do you say that? Or do you not? You might not know either. Brazil. Give the hat another smaller top hat. Wait, you're so right. A snowman is such a cute idea for turning into a character. One of my favorite Snowmiku entries of all time that sadly did not win was a Snowmiku snowman. So I might actually just grab her to see what she was doing. She was so adorable. Honestly, that could be even smaller as a top hat for silliness sake. Normally I say more exaggeration, but in this one circumstance, the contrast between the head being really big and the hat being really small might be very cute. Highbrow's cold, that's cute. Yeah, it seems like they have thought of all of the angles for incorporating snowman elements in. I do wonder if the eyes could be handled slightly differently, because them being red is a little bit scary right now. She feels just a little bit creepy. They could maybe use something that's a little less unsettling, maybe, in the eye area. Oh, also, Acidic Choco, thank you for following. Sorry, I'm a little behind on seeing my overview things. Hatsune Miku, oh my gosh, you're right, I did make a Miku reference, and Miku's not even on my bingo! How is that allowed? Let me see if I can find her very quickly. I want to show you her just really quick. I might be able to find her really easily. I think I had her bookmarked. Yes, wait, I definitely do. She's one of these ones. Hang on. Let's see. Pia Pro, will you load? Nope, not that one. Hang on. Is it this one? Nope, it's from this year, though. Oh, wait, hang on. Snowmiku viewer. Snowmiku.com, don't fail me. Still no bingo? No, not for me. Never bingo for me. Never, ever bingo for me. I do not have that benefit. Also said Miku early, use Miku as an example of good silhouette. That is true. I do tend to always do that more or less. Oh, what is the thing that lets you view the Mikus? I might actually not be able to find her, in which case I might be really sad. Is it this one? It's for glittering snow. Or, no, not this one. No, not that one. What about this one? Nope. I have so many Mikus bookmarked from 2025. Not that one. Not this one. I don't think I'm finding her, unfortunately. Dang it. I might not have bookmarked that one specifically. Oh, no. Oh, no. But they are still so cute. Wait, this is the same. This Miku has the same thing that I was talking about with the hair, though. Oh, I can't right-click on it. Look at her. Look at this Miku. Oh, paper makes it so hard for me to show credit with things, but this thing that's happening at the bottom end of her hair where snow starts to melt and then refreezes and then ends up being really, like, round. Snow Miku is going to be a really good resource for looking at for the rendering here, because do you see how this hair is rendered where it's got, like, almost like an orange color right against the highlights and then the blue on the inner parts? It makes the ice really feel like ice. Might be a good thing to take into account for this. Hang on, let me close all these extra canvases I have. I'm kind of all over the place. Come back, EG. Nope. Here. There we go. Crab Miku Snow 2022 is the best Miku ever made. Crab Miku from 2022 is also really, really good. She is really cute. She's one of my favorites for sure. And I'm so happy that they were willing to pick a less serious, tonally designed Miku. Okay, anyways, focusing back on this one, what I was saying about color over there is that for the fact that this can be a monochromatic design and can be a very light and bright and snow-influenced design, it may benefit you to once again also have some of that like iridescence or just color moving throughout the design. I'm gonna put it in here really bold right now and then I'm gonna get rid of it and make it less bold. But sort of like how that Miku had it that I just opened. You could have some more fun colors happening in some parts of the design. Doesn't have to be everywhere. But it'll just feel like we're seeing reflections off of snow, maybe. Let's see, I'll put it down here, maybe two. I've kind of picked a light source accidentally. Whoops, hang on. There we go. And then I can take like a green and take like a blue that's like more like this in undertone to put it in some places too. Oh, that might be too purple actually already. Hang on. Too purple. Too purple. Well, maybe not. We'll go a little purple with it and see how that goes. But once again, adding a little bit of that iridescence might be nice for having color palette variety. And you can make it really subtle. I still have it pretty strong so I can see it. Greens even. Green. Yeah, just like right on the trim of things. Kind of invoking a little bit of a feeling of an aurora having done this. But, do you see we're adding a lot of very subtle interest here? We're not changing the fact that these are white objects, but through the rendering, we're just making them feel more interesting to us. Visually. Oh man, the other thing that they're doing in that one that makes it very interesting is having the like, almost like pink against the highlights. Which might be cool too. Oh yeah, wait, hang on, that's kind of interesting too. This can also be a good way of differentiating edges against each other. You can work more throughout. Yeah, snow pictures do have like the purple and blue and multicolored shadows, which is really interesting. Have you ever seen sunsets over the snow? The snow will reflect like a really bright orange sometimes too, which is really neat. And that's something that could be incorporated here too. For the makeup on the face, I feel like there's a way of making the blue cheeks work, but right now they feel just a little bit uncanny to me. I'm gonna erase their shape and see if maybe we could try, I might try the EG shape, where if we make it just feel a little bit fluffier and like if it disappears around the side of the face, it might feel more like makeup. Yeah, I still don't know about that. There's gotta be some way of making it work. I'm wondering maybe does the nose need to have it too? Having it only on the lower lip is a little bit strange as well for lipstick. Let's see. Let's try all of these little things I've just done and see if all of that sort of together helps. I see you do have snowflake freckles as well. And we can bring those back. I've accidentally covered them. That feels a little bit less uncanny. Orange carrot colored nose? I don't know about that. Maybe. If we just had, like, the way that it was drawn orange a little bit, that could be okay, maybe. That might be a little bit strange otherwise, though, for how human her face is otherwise. Let me bring the freckles back in. I've made the freckles just a little bit bigger so we can see them a little more from a distance. For the eyes, I am wondering if we should still make the iris really dark. Because for as cool as it is that they are red, that does add an element of feeling alive, we so closely associate snowmen with having really dark eyes. Oh, wait, hang on. The iridescent thing, as just like a secondary idea going along with it, Jubby gave me yesterday a piece of anthracite coal. Coal is very iridescent. It's got that sort of like oil sheen texture to it. And I wonder if that might be something that could be nice to bring into darker parts of the design. Especially if we had more things that were just a little bit darker. But the eyes become a little bit more focal now. The head itself was already pretty focal because of the hat. The big button eyes are pretty dark compared to how bright the entire rest of the design is. But... hear me out. What if there was a slight red in the nose, like when you start to get cold? Ah! So instead of making the blush... Honestly, I feel like I'm not completely sold on blue as a blush color either, where, to me, almost, you'll feel colder. Whoops, hang on. You'll actually feel cold if we see that there's blush on the face. We don't need the blush itself to be blue. The blue lipstick could be like a stylistic thing, and maybe you have like eyeshadow on that's blue. But if you have very rosy cheeks, we will tend to associate that with the fact that you are feeling cold. Let's see. This might be too strong right now. The color that I've chosen, because I just pulled it from the shadow. But you will feel more cold like that, mayhaps. I got a snowman with Dear Earlier the Angels. It's very Christmas core. Honestly, it surprisingly is not that Christmassy to me, at least. Hang on, I need to change this color. Let's pick this. More saturated. There we go. Oops, that's still too dark. Hang on. Give me a new layer. I'll just reduce it. So that it's not as strong. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh, wait. Hang on. Oh. Hang on, I'm struggling just a little bit. There we go. Return once more. Welcome back, though. Ooh. Squiiji, nothing beats a Jet2 holiday. Right now, you can save 50 pounds per person. That's 200 pounds off for a family of 4. Hi. You're right, I can. Nothing does beat a Jet2 holiday. I saw the guy who does the career ladder on TikTok met the woman who does the voiceover for that, which is very funny. Good for her voice going viral on the internet. I wonder what that's like as an experience. Just waking up one day and finding out that the youths have taken an interest in your lines that you read for something and they're using it in a very silly manner. Here we go. Classic Squiiji blush. Just because I feel like straight circles sometimes are just a little bit hard to make work. Oh, I've accidentally gone and changed it. Hang on. There we go. And then since it's a little bit less intense, it might feel a little bit less uncanny. Because it was feeling just a little uncanny the way that it was. There we go. If you want something blue like that around your face, you could go for the classic sunglasses approach, which might be fun also. I love me a sunglasses. I don't know if the nose thing is working. Maybe just the way I'm doing it isn't working, but like I feel like that's sort of endearing at this distance, right? Of all things, it's your lines in a random theme park ad that become viral. I know, that's the whole thing. Singaporean announcer whose voice became a Stan Twitter meme. How does it even happen? Same question that I have for the gosh darn 6-7 thing going on. How does that even start? How does that ball get rolling? It's just like some random video of a kid posted online by his friends for sure. Who grabbed that and ran with it? Like, how does this happen? I don't understand virality as a concept. Kristen, thank you for following. Anyways, that brief concept aside, for this design, what else is there that I have not modified? I feel like we could incorporate more variety in kinds of ice here, which could impact the silhouette. I think we're going for much of the round, fluffy type of snow and ice, like snowballs and the clothing you wear out into the snow. And I'm wondering if maybe we could have something else in the motif. Similarly, having designed many a snow miku myself, the fact that you have all these really detailed patterns on the clothing is nice, but they're going to be hard to read from a distance. What if, instead of doing that, you brought the snowflake into the shape of things, where you can have, like, cutouts that are really angular like this. We can make them, like, alternate, too, where you have, like, one that's got, like, you know, the classic little, like, V-shape cutouts in it or something. But then that can be one of the other things that is related to snow that shows up. I did a terrible job of drawing this one. Hang on. Like that, and then, like, you know, there's a cross bar in it. And maybe each one is different because every snowflake is different, right? Right now I'm just drawing them on, but these would be like cutouts as opposed to being things going straight across. Maybe. Yeah, like that, sure. But just adding more variety in snow motif. I'm trying to think of what else I've seen in snow mikus or done in snow mikus that was clever for making it feel wintry. I wonder if a little bit of blush on the knees might be good too. This necklace, for as cute as it is being very icy, I feel like could maybe be bigger and more exaggerated in its ice-like shape, and maybe if it was asymmetrical. That would potentially help. Ooh, did my voice just crack a little bit? It might have. And we can make it feel glossier if you have some, like, really bright highlights on it. Make it feel a little bit just, like, lumpy. Essentially, so that it truly feels like icicle. Like something melting in that part of the body. You could have that melting thing happening somewhere else, too. Like if you had it along the bottom edge of, like, a trim or something. Wow, this color does not have contrast. Hang on, try again. Try that. There, more contrast. I used to be really good at drawing icicles. I drew them for a project as a high schooler once. And really figured out how they work, but I can't remember, unfortunately, at this point. But just a little bit of an icicle trim could be cute and good for silhouette. There's a whole variety of things, mayhaps. Virality isn't generally well understood, which is why it's not really manufacturable. Ah, that is fair, perhaps. Hello, what is your favorite prehistoric animal? Is that the second or third time I've been asked that today? Is there something going on today? Is there something stirring within the paleontology community on this lovely Monday in September? I wonder what is caused this. Interesting. Cheery, cheery, cherry. Thank you for following. Also, my favorite dinosaur is Ankylosaurus. It's also Jubby's favorite dinosaur, as I learned last night. My partner and I share a favorite dinosaur, which makes things easy to remember. Is there something going on? Intriguing. You look like that YouTuber that gives art tips. Maybe it's because that's me. Maybe I am the art VTuber that gives tips. I am. Welcome in. That is me. You are in the right place. If anyone dares say Velociraptor, I will drop kick them to Jupiter. Why, Revity? Why is that? Why will you drop kick them to Jupiter for saying that? I feel like there has to be some reason, but why? Marine reptiles are cool. That is true. I thought Jubby's favorite was going to be the what do you call it? The megalodon or something like that, because Jubby likes sharks a lot. But it wasn't, and I was surprised. Gives you snack? Thank you for snack. I appreciate snack. Uni and Juicy Pebble, thank you guys for following too. Why hate on little chicken dinosaur? I don't know. Thank you for snack. I will take a whole handful of fish cracker. Also, when I was getting my audio critiqued on, what day was that? Yesterday? I tried to explain that fish crackers are not something cool. Zeffie was excited about crackers that contain fish. Sadly, my crackers do not contain fish, they're only shaped like fish. They only contain cheddar. Velociraptors are frauds, don't deserve all the fame they got from Jurassic Park, and that fame should have gone to the Deinonychus or Utah Raptor instead. Utah Raptor's cool. I'll give you that one. Man, Utah Raptor is a funny word to try and read. Yes, I'm biased. Okay, that's a good thing to admit. I happen to think that the Ankylosaurus deserves more credit for the hard work he puts in, for being the guy who can wreck your kneecaps that he is. I think he deserves just a little more credit, maybe. But, I'm not gonna say that, I don't know. He's okay the way that he is. Big fan of Pachycephalosaurus. I gotta like sound things out with my Latin. Pachycephalosaurus, yes. Schmitz are based, I'm so glad. Edward, you can still yap about dinosaurs, you didn't miss it, we're still talking about them. I have not moved on yet, despite the fact that maybe I should have, for the sake of focusing on design critiques. That's okay. For this design, what else might I modify? Let me look back at the rubric to see what I didn't talk about. So, generally, I was making a lot of modifications to the silhouette. Whoops, I should get rid of the deer that are still open on my screen. Go away. Bye. Nope. Yeah, okay. Turn everything back off. Silhouette, I think, is a little bit lacking. Did I just turn off the right thing? Did I delete the right thing? Hang on, I'm so confused. Undo. Turn all these layers back on. What was the one that I had deleted? Oh, it was one in the face. Hang on, where is that? Is it this one? No. Is it this one? No. Where is it? No. No. Wait. No. Oh no! This isn't even just wrong layer, this is- I can't find the layer! Where is the layer? Where is the layer that's all the blue things in the face right now? Is that what I accidentally deleted? It might be. Whoops, hang on. Is it that? No, not this. Dang it, good work, EG. I can't find where any of that is located, so I'm just gonna get rid of it manually. There we go. Turn all of this off then so I can actually look at the original silhouette the way that it was. There we go. Right now, silhouette is lacking a little bit in asymmetry, and it's lacking in a clear point of exaggeration, where if I go like, woo, like this to show you the general shape, it gets a little bit wider. Very narrow diamond being formed here. But with some of the modifications that I made more variety in the shape that's being created around the head. We've got some more rounded shapes. For the shapes of the skirt, we made them relate more to the concept. If I turn these all back on, we can then redraw that shape, because I did at least... Honestly, I feel like maybe I didn't even help it that much. This is still... There is more weight at the center now than there was before. But maybe there could even be more, potentially. But it is moving in the right direction. For color, we do want more variety, which could just happen in the shading. It's not bad as is, but we want more variety from the shading, from silhouette. I think you're somewhere around the range of kind of identifiable, but if we push it more, we can get some of those snow-like elements to the edge. Making icicles that dangle will be good. The little hat adds a little bit of natural asymmetry. These are sort of things that might be beneficial here. I can draw a ladder also because I forgot to do that. Ooh, get rid of all that. Ladder test. Did I forget any of my ladder tests? I think I might have, but I can't remember. Whoa, that's a big line. Why is that so big? Oops, hang on. Bottom of shoe, top of shoe. Oh, that's why I was adding those things. You're completely symmetrical. And the variety I was adding is because you have a lot of lines that are kind of evenly spaced. You've got some big gaps between them, but do you see how this is the same width as this, and then these are the same width as each other. These are the same width as each other. You've got a lot of repetition in little places. It's not the worst. We could bear a little more variety, mayhaps, though. And I think that some of the adjustments that I had made where we were moving some elements up and down is also helping with that. Where I pushed some of these kind of closer together. I think I didn't really fix this area being too similar in width. So that could be done. This is the same width as this is in my version right now. So we could make it a little more varied. Still dangerous, could be more. So yes, more danger. I yearn for danger at 5:54 on Monday. And you should too. For several key reasons. Complexity versus clarity. I think the way that it was, the clarity was mostly being impacted just by low contrast. Where we just need a little more contrast, and solving some of those things with color will be a good move to add interest as well. I appreciate the pattern work you had done, but the pattern work was so low contrast, it sadly wasn't really adding a lot to the design as it was. You may need to increase the contrast of that some more to truly make it shine at a distance. For focal points, I keep turning these back on. I should leave them turned off because I can't remember. For focal point, it is the hat, which is kind of close to your face, but your hair color combined with your eyes being very red really makes the face feel low contrast. So I'm not really looking at your face. I'm looking at the face on top of your face. So we're close, but I did have some ways we could push the focal point closer to being your actual eyeballs and your face. And then for concept and motifs, there are ways we can just exaggerate how you're getting the snow and the ice and snowman angles to read. Big chunky boots are good. But having snowflakes be a part of the physical construction of certain elements of the clothing, as opposed to just being patterns that are on them. Same deal with the icicles. Turning your gems that are around your neck, which I think we're supposed to reference icicles, directly into icicles, or more directly just ice crystals, could help. A face on your face is a sentence. You can have a face on your face, clearly. And it's not a bad thing, it's okay, it works. What was I saying though? Oh, just, we can lean a little further into the snowman angles, I feel like, than we were before. More exaggeration, because it feels like your design wants to have fun anyway. And then secondarily, you are another sort of one-note concept, which isn't a bad thing. I feel like for yours, because there are so many things we can pull from the fact that you are a snowman, and the fact that I've never seen a snowman VTuber before, might mean that you're okay without another motif, but usually having 2 or 3 motifs can be beneficial in the fact that it gives us more wiggle room for trying things out in the design and more wiggle room for finding areas where design elements can overlap to form some new interesting thing through the synthesis of them. So, you know, by being a snowman, you do give us the angle of snow, which helps, and ice, which helps. But having another motif that is more distant from those ones may help here, just add more interest. But as is here, let's see, what is our grade? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.5? I think you just need more exaggeration kind of everywhere is what we were getting at. Kind of across the board. But to your benefit and also mine mayhaps, which is kind of funny, we were able to make a lot of these changes very quickly, I feel like. Faster than usual. So there is room for improvement, but they're not too crazy. Any bonus point for concept? Honestly, you know what? You're so right. This maybe is a good opportunity for a bonus point for concept. I haven't given one in a while, but I've never seen a snowman. Usually I give a bonus point if it's really well executed. I think this one could use a little more work in the execution, but I've never seen this before for a VTuber. And I feel like it does provide a lot of really fun opportunities for exaggeration and interest and texture. So yeah, you know what? Sure. I don't think I've given most of my bonus points in a very long time. I'm content with that for this one, yeah. Can we get a round of applause for Blanche, please? 70 means 6. Oh, wait, hang on, you're right. Did I add 2 points accidentally? Whoops. There we go. Thank you, Amber, for being better at math than me. Round of applause. If only even tracked my other hand. Hi. Hello? There we go. Clapping! That sounded like I sneezed. Good work, Blanche! So we did get through 5, not 6. Whoops. Classic EG, I guess. Honestly, this one I don't know if really fits the theme anyway. We'll save Aaron for another time. I'll have to find, I think Aaron is in our winged VTuber design folder. So Aaron will come back. But let's see, did I get bingo? I was so close to bingo. And it still made limbs. I did give a bonus point for concept, but that actually doesn't help me. I did ask for more exaggeration. Did anyone have an ahoge? Did anyone have an ahoge? You don't. You don't. You don't. You don't! Oh my god! Why are there no ahoges today? I don't even feel the need to suggest them for any of them, which is crazy. Rare lack of ahoge. That's crazy. That's so unusual. What? No one needed dirt. Everyone's fashion was okay. No clown or jester theme, at least intentionally. I was seeing a little bit of clown and jester in the deer, but that wasn't intentional. No tech wear. The motifs were less than usual. Aquatic theme? No. I didn't stand anyone's limbs. Nobody got rotated and there were no body harnesses. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe this. I'm 1 away from bingo in 2 directions and I'm so betrayed. Will you let me just spin someone's design so I can have my first bingo in like 4 months? Please, please, roommates, take pity on me. Take pity on me. The fact that I lose. I am here for every single one of my streams, clearly, and yet I lose every time! Chicken crust on the last design isn't a hoge? Oh, I closed her already. It might have been, but we're not looking at her! Was any design ever complicated? No! I would say these ones were way more pared down. Dirt, rotation, aquatic. Yeah. If I had dirt, rotation, or... Oh wait, that's 3 ways I could have had bingo. You gotta, wait, aquatic? If I had aquatic, it would give me bingo in 2 directions. Hey, does a snowman, does snow being made from water make it aquatic? Will you pity me? Does snow being made from water count as aquatic? No. Snow isn't a liquid. Not yet, it isn't. I can change that. I have the power to do that. Just go rotate the snow person. Will you permit me to rotate the snow person? Actually, who do you think is the most deserving of a rotation? We can bestow a rotation upon whoever is the most... Who do you think deserves rotation? Maybe it is the snowman for having rounded elements. Ruku just saying no. Amber looks so sad. I'm losing it. I cannot believe I have not won bingo. I'm not counting it. I'm not counting it. I don't count it. If I'm going to win, I want to win fair and square, and me deciding to rotate her at the end of stream, it does not feel fair and square. It feels fair and circular, and we can't have that. I can't do that. I want to win realistically. Please talk about Vash joking. No, we talked on Friday! I don't want to talk about Vash for the foreseeable future! I'm mad! Not at him, it's not his fault. It's the fault of the creators. This doesn't count either, because you brought it up, so now I'm talking about it, so it doesn't count. This does not count. It does not count, because you brought it up for me to talk about it on purpose for bingo. Did any plushify easily? Yeah, I would say all of them plushify easily. I think you could give points to, you could take that for any of them, potentially. Man. I'm happy for you, Edward, that you got bingo. I'm happy for you. I promise. I promise I'm happy for you and proud of you and excited for you and cheering you on in your victory, but man, I wish that I could win someday. Anyways, that'll do it, I guess, for this one for today. We're ending right at 6 on time. On the topic of luck, which we've discussed multiple times today, I'll leave you with an anecdote. I don't know if any of you guys saw that the Powerball was at a historic high. It was at the second highest it's ever been at, ever. We're talking lottery in the US. Powerball is at the second highest it's ever been. I need you to know that my father and mother and sister in our group chat were like, hey, make sure you go buy a lottery ticket, EG. They're only $2. You should do that because, like, as much as it's only $2, this is like a historic thing that you could really benefit from. And I was like, fellas, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, and I know this is not how luck works, but the luck's gone. We don't have any of that left in the family. My granddad won the lottery. We're not gonna win the lottery. I really don't think it's going to happen. Also, my other granddad was struck by lightning twice, so, like, there's no luck left in the family. It's not happening. I'm not winning. But they all bought their tickets and then had fun. Jubby and I did not participate. They all bought their tickets and sat up late on a Sunday night avidly watching for the results. And of course they didn't win. It was like, what, a 1 in like 200 and something million chance of winning? Crazy. But yeah, don't gamba. What if that math teacher that won 3 times in a row? It being a math teacher makes me feel like there has to be some level of this fella knowing about predictions and probability that related to where he went to buy things or when he was buying or something else. Yeah, it was math? Okay, yeah. I bet there was math involved there because the odds of you winning the lottery is crazy, let alone winning it more than once. Oh, it was a lassie? Oh, was it? I was thinking about somebody who I'd seen in the news that I thought was a lad, but that was a guy who had a team that won the lottery together, so maybe it's a different one. We're allowed to keep it, but they fixed it. Oh wait, maybe we're talking about different ones. We might have a different one that we're thinking of, Amber, also, because this has happened a couple of times, but I don't know, yeah. You are more likely to get struck by lightning twice than you are to win the lottery, and one of my granddads was struck by lightning twice, and the other one won the lottery. It's not happening. I am not going to get to participate in any lottery winnings in this lifetime, probably. So that's why I was like, Dovey, you should buy the lottery ticket if we buy one. And then we were like, we're not spending money on that. That lottery money could have helped develop the shroom state. If I won that lottery, I would have never had to work a day in my life again, and I could just be a Vtuber, and just be a Vtuber, and that could have been really cool, but sadly that doesn't work for most of us. You can only dream. Quick, somebody calculate the chance of having 2 family members and one won the lottery and the other one got struck by lightning twice. It's probably something in the billions or something like that as far as luck goes. But you're gonna get struck by lightning. I don't think I'm immune from getting struck by lightning because I've almost been struck by lightning twice. On 2 separate occasions, I've almost been struck by lightning. So I think it is out to get me. I think the lightning's out for me. Which is unlucky. I get the unlucky side of the family luck dynamic instead of the lucky side. If only I could have had almost won the lottery twice. That'd be much cooler to report. But hey, here is my Squiiji of the pond wisdom for you today. If you are ever somewhere outside and your hair starts to raise, flatten yourself to the ground immediately. Immediately, I do not care, you drop yourself. I don't care if it's raining and you are soaking wet and you're gonna be laying in puddles, you drop yourself to the ground because that is one of the first signs that lightning is going to strike you, and you usually live a couple seconds. And that is how I did not get struck by lightning twice. One of the times, I'll tell you, was when I was playing lacrosse. I was a lacrosse player. And we were in a game. Yeah, starfish on the ground is also important. You want to spread yourself out. We were in a game, and my mother was our coach. And she had told us earlier in the season, she was like, hey, if this happens, if you're on the field and you see other people's hair start raising to the ground, everyone hit the deck. Hit the deck immediately. And it did happen during one of our games. I guess holding an aluminum pole and having a bunch of people holding aluminum poles. I know aluminum's not the best conductor out there, but I guess it still probably does conduct some. Flattened ourselves. Flat to the ground, and then we got to watch lightning strike a tree out in the woods like 30 feet away within like 10 seconds. So that was really scary. Then the second time that it happened, because this first time was like 10 years ago, more than that actually, I was a middle schooler. The second time, I was walking home at night, and I think I was actually on the phone with Jubby. I was walking home, and it's raining. It's just raining. There's no thunder or lightning or anything. So I'm using an umbrella, as you do. And suddenly, I see, my hair's very short, so it's hard to notice, but I can see that my hair is starting to like touch the umbrella in the underside, and I was like, oh crap. And I flattened myself, and I kid you not, the second my body hit the ground in the horrible, puddly, gross, asphalty water, a lamppost, like 15 feet from me, was struck by lightning. The bulb in it exploded, and the light was so bright I thought I died. I laid on the ground for like a full minute and a half thinking I was dead. I thought it was over. I was really scary. So, yeah, please lay down. Yeah, bald people disadvantage. I don't have a tip for what to do if you're bald. That's really scary to think about. If I was bald, I think I would not have survived. If I was wearing my tassel cap, like my beanie over my hair, I think I would have been it. I think that would have been the end. Be careful. Yeah. Yes. Maybe I've angered Zeus. I don't know. Someone's upset with me. My father also, I say talks to Thor. My father's Nordic pagan and Thor is his patron saint. I don't know what that means. I don't know what it is. Thor's his guy. And maybe that's the reason why Thor's his guy, is because he's afraid of how often my family has run-ins with lightning. Anyways. Just a little bit of anecdote. Yeah, the Powerball winners, I think, yeah, we're in Texas and Missouri. They split the winnings. There were 2 of them, which is crazy. Where's the bald redeem? It doesn't work. We don't get to have bald right now because until Twitch gets its act together with redeems, we can't have bald, we can't have Uma EG, we can't have nothing. Don't have anything, we can't have nothing. Because they just double it up, so it toggles my hair off and on at the exact same time, so we don't get anything. But you guys can at least have, like, bald EG in the emote form, maybe. Which is better than nothing. But anyways, I will probably leave you with this anecdote. So my Squiiji the pool, hair starts raising, starfish on the ground immediately. Please. Please. Oh yeah, distribute gacha, or gamba. Thank you, Viraku, for reminding me. Also, I may have forgotten. Where's my mouse? Hi. I miss Wa EG. I miss many an EG. I miss EG who can cook like a chef, 5-star Michelin. Man. Times are tough, but we're gonna be really excited when we get those back. It'll feel fresh and new. And fellas who have never gotten to use them before will get to feel the joy. So what was that, 5? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, yes. Just me count my hand. There we go. Enjoy your gamba winnings. Amber also got bingo. What the heck? I'm excited for you, Amber. I'm so happy for you, Amber. If I can't win, I'm glad my mods at least win. What are my mods if not an extension of me? Although what are the Shrewmates if not an extension of me as well? They're part of the hive mind, part of the mycelial network. I'll take it. So to the 8 people who got 8,000 spores, enjoy. Counting the angel's boots as big shoes, I would count these as big shoes, honestly. They're so wide at the top. I would count them. No bingo, no gamba. Me either, cotton candy. Join the club, I guess. Rex got 23 spores. Hey, 23 spores is nothing to sneeze at. You can almost... You can say hi to me 23 times for 23 streams. Anyways, that'll do it for me for today. For the rest of the week, our game plan is Thursday. We're gonna look at the egos from Limbus Company, have another very chaotic stream where I am at least mildly confused for most of it. Then Friday, we're going to do the showcase for all of the Zero-chan redesigns, which I'm very excited to see, and I might try and make another one myself. But make sure you get your submissions for that in before noon. Optimally, noon EST, or just before stream starts. If you submit it, like, right before stream starts, I might have a word with you, but, like, that's fine. You can do that also. But, on that note, YouTube Shrewmates, I'll say shrew me later, because I can't send you anywhere, but thank you for being here with me today. Bye! And then Twitch